This is Station Atlas broadcasting from our underground bunker. If you're hearing this, you're one of the survivors. It's been 47 days since the massive solar flare that changed everything. For those of you just tuning in, or for those who need a reminder of how our world turned upside down, let me recap what we know. On June 29th, 2025, at approximately 2:30 in the afternoon Eastern Time, the sun unleashed a solar flare of unprecedented magnitude. Within minutes, the electromagnetic pulse reached Earth, and in an instant, our technology-dependent world went dark. Power grids across the globe overloaded and failed. Satellites fell silent. Computers, phones, and even most vehicles with electronic components were rendered useless. The immediate aftermath was chaos. Planes lost power mid-flight, causing devastating crashes in populated areas. Hospitals, reliant on electricity for life support systems, faced unimaginable tragedies. Communication networks collapsed, leaving governments and emergency services scrambling to respond without their usual tools. In the days that followed, the true scale of the disaster became apparent. Modern society, built on the foundation of constant connectivity and electricity, crumbled. Food distribution halted. Water treatment plants ceased to function. The banking system, existing primarily in digital form, vanished overnight. Millions found themselves without access to their life savings. Panic set in quickly. Cities became hotbeds of looting and violence as people desperately sought food, water, and supplies. Those who were prepared or lucky enough to have stockpiles became targets. The unprepared masses fled urban areas, hoping to find resources in the countryside. But even there, survival proved challenging. Now, over a month later, we're beginning to see the emergence of a new way of life. Small communities have banded together, pooling resources and skills to survive. Knowledge of pre-industrial techniques has become invaluable. Those who can farm, hunt, or build without modern tools have become the new leaders in many areas. But make no mistake, the situation remains dire. Without modern farming equipment and distribution networks, food production has plummeted. Clean water is a precious commodity, with waterborne illnesses becoming increasingly common. The coming winter threatens to be our greatest challenge yet, especially for those in colder climates unprepared for life without central heating. Yet, in the face of this adversity, we've seen remarkable examples of human resilience and ingenuity. Communities have organized local governance systems. Bartering has replaced traditional commerce in many areas. People are rediscovering old technologies and adapting them to our new circumstances. That's where Station Atlas comes in. Our mission is to be a beacon of hope and a source of crucial information in these dark times. We've gathered a team of experts in various fields, from agriculture to medicine, from engineering to survival skills. Through this broadcast, we aim to share knowledge that can help you and your communities survive and eventually thrive in this new world. We're broadcasting from a fortified location using a combination of salvaged and improvised equipment. Our power comes from a mix of solar panels that survived the flare and a homemade wind turbine. We can't disclose our exact location for security reasons, but know that we're out there, working tirelessly to gather and disseminate information that could save lives. In the coming hours, we'll be covering a wide range of topics. We'll provide updates on the global situation as best we can, given our limited means of long-distance communication. We'll share vital survival tips, from food preservation techniques to basic first aid without modern medicine. We'll discuss the challenges of rebuilding and the importance of preserving knowledge for future generations. But this isn't just about us talking at you. We want this to be a two-way conversation. If you have information to share or questions that need answering, find a way to get your message to us. We've established a network of runners who travel between communities, carrying written messages. If you can reach one of these runners, your voice can be heard. Remember, in this new world, information is as valuable as food and water. Share what you learn from these broadcasts with others. Work together. The only way we'll survive this catastrophe is by supporting each other and pooling our knowledge and resources. As we move forward, it's crucial to maintain hope. Humanity has faced adversity before, and we've always found a way to persevere. This may be our greatest challenge yet, But I believe in our collective strength and ingenuity. We can rebuild. We can create a new society, one that learns from the mistakes of the past and harnesses the best of human nature. Now, let's take a closer look at the current global situation. While our information is limited and often delayed, we've managed to piece together a general picture of how different parts of the world are faring in the wake of the blackout. In North America, the situation varies greatly depending on location. Major cities have been hit hard, with food shortages and breakdowns in law and order being common issues. However, we're receiving reports of smaller towns and rural areas faring better, especially those with strong agricultural bases. The US government appears to be functioning at some level, with military and National Guard units working to maintain order and distribute resources in some areas. Europe faces similar challenges, with the added complication of higher population densities in many regions. Countries with more decentralized power systems and stronger local governance structures seem to be adapting more quickly. There are reports of some nations, particularly in Scandinavia, making significant progress in restoring limited power to key facilities. Asia presents a mixed picture. Countries with large rural populations and less reliance on advanced technology in daily life, such as parts of India and Southeast Asia, have shown remarkable resilience. However, highly urbanized and technology-dependent areas like Japan and South Korea have faced severe difficulties. China, with its vast territory and diverse regions, has seen widely varying outcomes, with some areas descending into chaos, while others maintain a semblance of order. In South America, countries with strong agricultural sectors are faring better in terms of food security. However, political instability in some regions has hampered organized response efforts. We've heard encouraging reports from places like Argentina and Brazil about community-led initiatives to restore basic services and maintain social order. Africa, often overlooked in global discussions, has shown surprising adaptability in many areas. Regions with experience in dealing with limited infrastructure and frequent power outages have transitioned more smoothly than many so-called developed nations. However, the collapse of global aid networks has hit some of the most vulnerable populations hard. Australia and New Zealand, isolated from the rest of the world, have turned inward, focusing on self-sufficiency. Their relatively small populations and abundant natural resources have been advantageous, but the loss of global trade has posed significant challenges. It's important to note that this information comes from a patchwork of sources: travelers, pre-blackout shortwave radio enthusiasts, and the occasional functioning satellite phone. The full global picture remains unclear, and conditions can change rapidly. What's consistent across all regions is the emergence of local leadership and community-based solutions. Where traditional governments have failed or are absent, people have come together to create new systems of governance and resource management. This grassroots approach may well be the key to our long-term survival and recovery. As we continue to gather information and piece together the global situation, one thing becomes increasingly clear: the world as we knew it is gone. But from the ashes of our old civilization, we have the opportunity to build something new, something perhaps more sustainable and equitable. In our next segment, we'll be taking a closer look at the situation closer to home. We'll provide updates on known safe zones, areas to avoid, and the current state of resources in our region. Stay tuned, stay safe, and remember, we're all in this together. This is Station Atlas, your lifeline in the post-blackout world. Now, let's delve deeper into the current global landscape. The world we once knew, interconnected by instant communication and rapid transportation, has fundamentally changed. The geopolitical map has been redrawn not by wars or treaties, but by the ability of regions to adapt to a world without electricity and modern technology. In North America, the United States government, once a global superpower, is struggling to maintain cohesion. The federal system has largely broken down, with states and even counties operating as independent entities. We've received reports of some states forming regional alliances to pool resources and maintain order. The Eastern Seaboard, with its high population density and reliance on complex infrastructure, has faced severe challenges. In contrast, the Midwest, with its agricultural base, has fared better in terms of food security. Canada, with its vast wilderness and smaller population, has seen a mass migration away from cities. The harsh northern climate poses significant challenges, especially with winter approaching. There are unconfirmed reports of the Canadian military establishing safe zones in strategic locations, particularly around remaining functional hydroelectric dams. Mexico and Central America have experienced a reversal of migration patterns, with many people moving away from cities and returning to rural agricultural areas. The breakdown of drug cartels' power structures has led to power vacuums in some regions, in South America, resulting in localized countries like Brazil and Argentina are leveraging their strong agricultural sectors to maintain some stability. However, the Amazon rainforest, once closely monitored to prevent deforestation, is now facing unchecked exploitation in some areas as communities desperately seek resources. Across the Atlantic, Europe is a patchwork of situations. The European Union, as a centralized authority, ceased to function in the immediate aftermath of the blackout. Countries have turned inward, focusing on their own survival. In Western Europe, countries with histories of strong civil society, like Germany and the Nordic nations, have seen communities band together effectively. France has reportedly revived its historical system of departments for localized governance. The United Kingdom, an island nation heavily dependent on imports, faces severe food shortages, leading to widespread unrest, particularly in urban areas. Eastern Europe, with its more recent historical experience of hardship, has shown remarkable resilience in some areas. Countries like Poland and Romania have seen a resurgence of traditional farming methods and community-based economic systems. The Mediterranean region, including Spain, Italy, and Greece, are grappling with the collapse of their tourism-based economies. However, their climate and agricultural traditions have proven advantageous for local food production. Russia, with its vast territory and diverse climate zones, presents a complex picture. The centralized government's control appears to have weakened significantly, with reports of regional authorities and even local strongmen filling the power vacuum. Siberia, with its wealth of natural resources but harsh climate, has become a focal point for survival efforts. In the Middle East, countries heavily dependent on oil exports have faced a dramatic reversal of fortunes. With global transportation grinding to a halt, oil has lost its pivotal role in the world economy. Nations like Saudi Arabia and the UAE are grappling with the need to rapidly diversify their resources and skill bases. Israel, with its history of facing existential threats, has reportedly managed to maintain a higher degree of social cohesion and technological functionality than many of its neighbors. However, the breakdown of its high-tech defense systems has led to increased security concerns. Iran, already accustomed to some degree of international isolation, has turned this experience to its advantage in adapting to the new world order. However, like all nations, it faces significant challenges in maintaining order and providing for its population's basic needs. In Africa, the impact of the blackout has been profoundly uneven. Nations with a lower dependence on modern technology have transitioned more smoothly, but this has come at the cost of losing development gains made in recent years. South Africa, the continent's most industrialized nation, has faced similar challenges to Western countries, with urban areas hit particularly hard. In contrast, nations in the Sahel region, long accustomed to working with limited resources, have demonstrated remarkable adaptability. East African countries like Kenya and Ethiopia, which have been experiencing rapid technological growth, are working to repurpose this recent knowledge towards rebuilding efforts. The collapse of global aid networks has forced a new self-reliance across the continent, leading to both hardship and innovation. In Asia, the story is one of dramatic contrasts. China, once poised to become the world's leading superpower, now grapples with the enormous challenge of providing for its vast population without the industrial and technological base it had built over recent decades. Rural areas, particularly in western China, have fared better than the megacities of the East Coast. There are reports of mass migrations inland, straining resources in areas once considered China's backwaters. India, with its huge population and diverse geography, faces immense challenges. However, the country's experience with Jugaad, a frugal innovation mindset, has proven valuable in adapting to post-blackout conditions. The reversal of urbanization trends has led to a revival of rural economies, though not without significant hardships. Japan, a country already accustomed to natural disasters, has reportedly managed to maintain a higher degree of social order than many nations. However, its high population density and dependence on imported resources present ongoing challenges. There are unconfirmed reports of large-scale maritime efforts to revive fishing as a critical food source. South Korea faces similar challenges to Japan, complicated by the uncertain situation in North Korea. The heavily militarized border between the two nations has taken on a different significance in a world without electronic surveillance and communication. Southeast Asian nations, with their histories of resilience and adaptability, have transitioned more smoothly in many respects. Countries like Vietnam and Thailand are leveraging their strong agricultural bases and community-oriented cultures to maintain stability. However, island nations like Indonesia and the Philippines face unique challenges in maintaining unity and resource distribution across their vast archipelagos. Australia, geographically isolated and with a relatively small population, has turned its focus inward. The country's vast mineral resources, once a cornerstone of its export economy, have become less immediately relevant. Instead, Australia's agricultural sector and innovative water management techniques have become critical to its survival. The harsh conditions of the outback, once seen as a challenge, are now proving to be a valuable training ground for survival skills. New Zealand, with its smaller population and strong agricultural tradition, has reportedly managed the transition more smoothly than many nations. However, the country faces challenges in replacing imported goods and maintaining its infrastructure without access to global supply chains. Pacific Island nations, long on the front lines of climate change, are now grappling with a different sort of existential threat. The loss of global transportation networks has left many islands isolated, forcing a rapid return to traditional methods of seafaring and resource management. This global overview paints a picture of a world in flux, where the old measures of power and influence have been upended. Nations once considered developing or underdeveloped are finding that their traditional knowledge and less technology-dependent ways of life are now invaluable assets. Meanwhile, once powerful countries are having to rapidly adapt to a world where their technological and financial advantages have been severely diminished. What's clear from reports across the globe is that community resilience and adaptability are now the most valuable currencies. Nations with strong social fabrics, regardless of their former economic status, are faring better in this new world. The ability to produce food, manage water resources, and maintain social cohesion has become far more important than stock markets or GDP. We're also seeing a reemergence of localized governance structures. In many places, city-states and regional authorities have become the most relevant forms of government, reminiscent of earlier periods in human history. This shift is leading to a revival of local cultures and traditions, as communities turn to their historical roots for guidance on how to live in a less globally connected world. Another significant trend is the changing nature of conflict. While there are certainly reports of violence and unrest, particularly in urban areas facing resource scarcity, traditional warfare between nations has largely ceased. The logistical challenges of maintaining large military operations without modern technology have made such conflicts impractical. Instead, we're seeing more localized conflicts over resources, and in some cases, the emergence of community defense forces to protect against raiders or hostile neighboring groups. The global economy, once driven by complex financial instruments and digital transactions, has been replaced by localized systems of barter and trade. Precious metals, due to their durability and universal recognition, have regained their historical importance in many areas. However, the most valuable commodities are practical skills and essential goods. A person who can repair tools, preserve food, or provide medical care is now often more valued than someone who once controlled digital fortunes. Education systems worldwide have had to rapidly adapt. The focus has shifted from preparing students for a high-tech global economy to imparting practical skills and knowledge that can aid in immediate survival and long-term rebuilding efforts. In many places, apprenticeship models and oral traditions of knowledge transfer are seeing a resurgence. Despite the enormous challenges we face, There are also stories of hope and human ingenuity emerging from across the globe. Communities are coming together in unprecedented ways, pooling resources and knowledge to survive. People are rediscovering lost skills and developing new ones, adapted to our current circumstances. In some areas, the forced reduction in industrial activity has led to noticeable improvements in air and water quality, offering a glimpse of what a more environmentally sustainable world could look like. The night skies, no longer obscured by light pollution in many areas, have become a source of wonder and a valuable navigational tool. As we continue to gather and share information about the state of the world, it's important to remember that our global civilization hasn't ended, it's transformed. We're witnessing the birth pangs of a new era in human history. The challenges are immense, but so is our capacity for resilience and innovation. In our next segment, we'll be focusing on more localized information, providing updates on the situation in our immediate region. We'll discuss known safe zones, areas of potential danger, and the current state of resources nearby. This information could be crucial for those in our listening area, so stay tuned. Remember, knowledge shared is knowledge multiplied. We're all in this together, and together, we'll find a way forward. This is Station Atlas, your beacon, our attention to the local area. For those of you within range of our broadcast, this information could be crucial for your survival and decision-making in the coming days and weeks. We've compiled this update from various sources, including our network of runners, scouts, and reports from travelers passing through our area. Starting with the urban centers closest to us, the situation remains critical. The city of Millbrook, once home to over 500,000 people, has seen its population dwindle to perhaps a tenth of that. In the immediate aftermath of the blackout, Millbrook experienced severe rioting and looting. The downtown area, particularly around the financial district and major shopping centers, was hit hardest. Many buildings were burned, and the damage is extensive. However, in recent weeks, we've received reports of small pockets of organization emerging within the city. The old Central Park area has been converted into a large community garden, with survivors working together to grow food. The nearby university campus has become a makeshift hospital and research center, where professors and students are working to adapt medical care to our new circumstances. The suburbs of Millbrook have fared slightly better. Many residents had small gardens or backyard chickens as hobbies, which have now become critical food sources. Community watch groups have formed in several neighborhoods, providing some measure of security. However, resources are still scarce and tensions remain high. Moving outward, the smaller town of Riverdale, about 30 miles from Millbrook, has shown remarkable resilience. With a pre-blackout population of around 15,000, Riverdale was less dependent on complex urban infrastructure. The town's location near a river has proven advantageous, providing a reliable water source and potential for micro-hydroelectric power generation. Riverdale's town council has managed to maintain some semblance of local government, coordinating resource distribution and organizing community projects. They've established a weekly market in the town square, where people can barter goods and services. The local police force, while much reduced, is still functioning and working to maintain order. One of Riverdale's greatest assets has been the presence of a community college with a strong agricultural program. Students and faculty have been instrumental in converting unused land into productive fields and teaching farming techniques to the community. There are even reports of early experiments with small-scale wind power, using salvaged materials to construct turbines. However, it's important to note that Riverdale is struggling with an influx of refugees from Millbrook and other urban areas. This has put a strain on resources and created some tension between longtime residents and newcomers. The town's leadership is working to integrate these new arrivals and utilize their skills, but it remains a significant challenge. To the north, the situation in the mountain communities is mixed. The town of Pine Ridge, nestled in the foothills, has become something of a success story. Its relative isolation and strong hunting and foraging traditions have served it well. The town has organized hunting parties and foraging expeditions into the surrounding wilderness, supplementing their food supplies. Pine Ridge has also become known for its skilled craftspeople, blacksmiths, carpenters, and other artisans whose skills were viewed as quaint before the blackout are now in high demand. There are even reports of the town beginning to produce hand tools for trade with other communities. However, not all mountain towns have fared as well. We've received troubling reports from Highwater, a former ski resort town about 50 miles north of Pine Ridge. The town's economy was heavily dependent on tourism, leaving it ill-prepared for self-sufficiency. Food shortages have been severe, and there are rumors of desperate groups forming to raid other communities. If you're traveling in that area, exercise extreme caution. To the east, the farming communities in the valley have become crucial to regional food security. The town of Fertile Grove, true to its name, has emerged as a key agricultural center. Local farmers, already skilled in traditional methods, have adapted quickly to farming without modern machinery. They've organized a seed bank, preserving heirloom varieties that don't require chemical fertilizers or pesticides. Fertile Grove has also seen an influx of urban refugees, many of whom are providing labor in exchange for food and shelter. This has allowed for an expansion of cultivated land, though crop yields are still far below pre-blackout levels. The town is facing challenges with irrigation, as the electric pumps they once relied on are now useless. They're in the process of constructing water wheels and other manual pumping systems. A word of caution to those considering traveling to Fertile Grove. The town has established a well-organized militia to protect its resources. Visitors are scrutinized carefully, and those without useful skills or resources to trade may be turned away. However, for those with agricultural knowledge or willing to work the fields, Fertile Grove offers relative security and a stable food supply. To the west, the coastal regions are grappling with unique challenges. The port city of Harborside, once a bustling center of trade, has seen its massive port facilities fall silent. However, the fishing community has experienced a revival. Traditional fishing methods are being relearned and adapted. Small boats, powered by sail and oar, venture out daily, bringing in crucial protein sources for the local population. Harborside is also home to a naval base, and in the early days following the blackout, the military personnel there played a crucial role in maintaining order. Now, many of these individuals are using their skills to organize sea patrols, protect fishing boats from pirates, and even attempt long-range reconnaissance missions up and down the coast. One of the most intriguing developments in Harborside is the emergence of a sail-powered trading network. Enterprising individuals have begun using sailboats to facilitate trade between coastal communities. This fledgling maritime trade route is breathing new life into the old port, though it's a far cry from the global trade it once handled. Now, let's discuss some of the key resources and danger zones in our area. Fresh water remains one of the most critical resources. The River Elk, which runs through Riverdale and past several other communities, is our region's lifeblood. However, sections of the river downstream from Millbrook have been contaminated due to industrial runoff and the breakdown of water treatment facilities. If you're near the river, only collect water upstream from Millbrook and always purify it before drinking. Several natural springs in the foothills have become important water sources. The Clearwater Spring, about 10 miles northwest of Pine Ridge, is known for its clean, safe drinking water. However, be aware that it's become a popular spot, and you may encounter other groups there. As for food sources, besides the agricultural areas we've mentioned, there are several wild regions that offer foraging opportunities. The Whispering Woods, a large forest about 20 miles southwest of Millbrook, is rich in edible plants and game. However, exercise caution. There have been reports of hostile groups setting up camps in the woods, ambushing unprepared foragers. For those with fishing skills, Lake Serenity, about 15 miles east of Fertile Grove, is a good spot. The lake is deep and cool, supporting a healthy fish population. Some enterprising individuals have even set up fish smoking operations near the lake, preserving their catch for trade. Now let's talk about areas to avoid. The Millbrook Industrial Park, once a source of jobs and economic activity, has become a dangerous zone. The breakdown of containment systems has led to chemical leaks in several factories. A toxic haze often hangs over the area, and prolonged exposure can be deadly. Stay well clear of this region. The Sunrise Mall, once the largest shopping center in Millbrook, is another area to avoid. In the early days of the blackout, it was the scene of intense looting and violence. Now, it's become a fortress for a group that calls themselves the Mall Rats. They're well-armed and hostile to outsiders, defending their stockpile of scavenged goods with lethal force. The Highway 27 bridge over the River Elk has become a choke point and a frequent site of conflict. Several groups have attempted to set up tolls there, leading to clashes. If you need to cross the river, we recommend using one of the smaller, less-known bridges upstream, or finding a shallow spot to ford if you're on foot. In terms of medical resources, as mentioned earlier, the university campus in Millbrook has become our region's primary medical center. They're working with limited supplies and no electricity, but they have a dedicated team of doctors, nurses, and students doing their best to provide care. If you have medical skills or supplies to offer, they would be extremely grateful for the help. There's also a holistic healer in Pine Ridge who has become renowned for her knowledge of medicinal plants. She's been training others in identifying and using these plants, which has proven invaluable given the scarcity of conventional medicines. For those in need of tools or repairs, the Old Mechanics Row in Riverdale has become a hub of activity. A group of engineers and skilled tradespersons have set up shop there, repairing everything from hand tools to bicycle power generators. They're always looking for people with technical skills, or I want to mention a few neutral zones that have been established in our region. The Old County Fairgrounds, located between Millbrook and Riverdale, has been declared a neutral trading post. Every full moon, people from various communities gather there to trade goods and information. It's one of the few places where members of different groups can meet peacefully. Similarly, the Greenville Community Center, about halfway between Pine Ridge and Fertile Grove, has become a neutral meeting ground for representatives from different communities to discuss regional issues and attempt to coordinate efforts. Remember, this information can change rapidly. What's safe today might be dangerous tomorrow. Always approach new areas with caution. Be prepared to defend yourself if necessary, but also be open to cooperation. In these difficult times, both vigilance and trust are essential for survival. In our next segment, we'll be discussing the weather patterns we've been observing and their implications for agriculture and daily life. The climate has been behaving erratically since the blackout, and understanding these changes could be crucial for your survival. Stay tuned, stay safe, and remember we're stronger together. This is Station Atlas, your guide in the post-blackout world. As promised, we're now going to focus on the safe zones and danger areas in our region. This information is crucial for your survival and safety, so please pay close attention. We've compiled this data from various sources, including our network of scouts, reports from travelers, and communications from established communities. Let's start with the safe zones. These are areas where you're more likely to find shelter, resources, and potentially allies. However, remember that in our current world, safe is a relative term. Always approach new areas and people with caution. The town of Riverdale, which we mentioned earlier, has emerged as one of the most stable and secure areas in our region. Its location near the river, combined with effective local leadership, has allowed it to maintain a semblance of order. The town has established a perimeter watch and has been welcoming to peaceful newcomers who are willing to contribute to the community. If you're in need of a safe haven, Riverdale is worth considering. Another safe zone is the area surrounding the old St. Mary's Hospital in the eastern part of Millbrook. While the hospital itself is no longer functional due to the lack of electricity, a group of medical professionals and volunteers have set up a primitive but effective field hospital in the adjacent park. They're providing basic medical care and have been actively collecting and preserving medical supplies. The area is protected by a volunteer security force, many of whom are former patients or family members of the medical staff. The Pine Ridge Mountain Community, about 30 miles north of Millbrook, has also established itself as a relatively safe area. Their self-sufficiency in terms of food and water, combined with the natural defensibility of their mountain location, has allowed them to create a secure environment. They're cautious about newcomers, but have been known to welcome those with useful skills or resources to trade. Now, let's move on to the danger zones. These are areas you should avoid if possible, or approach with extreme caution if you must pass through them. The Millbrook City Center remains a high-risk area. In the chaos following the blackout, much of the downtown area was looted and burned. Now, various gangs control different sectors of the city, often clashing violently over resources. The old financial district, ironically, has become one of the most dangerous areas. The abandoned bank vaults have attracted numerous groups attempting to crack them open, leading to frequent conflicts. The Sunrise Mall, once a symbol of consumerism, has become a fortress for a large, well-armed group. They call themselves the Sunrise Sovereign, and they've barricaded the entire mall complex. They're hostile to outsiders and have been known to capture people for forced labor. Give this area a wide berth. The industrial park on the outskirts of Millbrook is another area to avoid. The breakdown of containment systems in several chemical plants has led to toxic leaks. A poisonous haze often hangs over the area, and prolonged exposure can be lethal. There have been reports of desperate scavengers entering the zone in search of supplies, but many don't return. Highway 27, particularly the stretch between Millbrook and Riverdale, has become a dangerous corridor. Multiple groups have set up roadblocks, demanding tolls from travelers. Some of these are relatively organized and predictable, while others are little more than bandits. If you must travel between these two areas, we recommend using the old forest trails instead. Now let's discuss some neutral zones. These are areas that have been established as safe spaces for trade and communication between different groups. The Old County Fairgrounds, located roughly halfway between Millbrook and Riverdale, has become the region's primary trading post. Every 2 weeks, on the day of the full moon and the new moon, representatives from various communities gather here to exchange goods and information. A strict code of conduct is enforced during these gatherings, with weapons checked at the entrance. It's one of the few places where members of different groups can meet peacefully. The Greenville Community Center, about 20 miles west of Millbrook, has been designated as a neutral meeting ground for community leaders. Once a month, representatives from the various settlements in our region gather here to discuss issues affecting the wider area and attempt to coordinate efforts. While tensions can run high, there's an understanding that cooperation is necessary for long-term survival. Let's now talk about some key resource areas. These are locations where essential supplies can be found, but be aware that they may be contested or closely guarded. The Clearwater Reservoir, about 15 miles south of Pine Ridge, remains one of the largest sources of clean water in our region. The community of Pine Ridge has taken on the responsibility of guarding it, allowing controlled access to other groups. If you need to replenish your water supplies, this is one of the safest places to do so, but be prepared to trade or offer labor in exchange. The Whispering Woods, a large forest area west of Riverdale, has become a crucial source of game and forageable plants. However, it's also become a popular spot for trappers and hunters from various communities. There have been conflicts over hunting grounds, so if you plan to forage or hunt in this area, be aware of territorial markings and avoid encroaching on claimed areas. The Fertile Valley, an agricultural area east of Millbrook, has become vitally important for food production. Several farming communities have banded together to cultivate this land, and they've established a well-organized militia to protect their crops. They're open to trading excess produce but are understandably protective of their fields. Now let's discuss some areas that serve specific purposes and could be valuable depending on your needs. The old community college campus in Riverdale has been converted into an education and research center. Here, people are working to preserve knowledge and adapt it to our new circumstances. They're particularly focused on sustainable agriculture, basic medicine, and practical engineering. If you have specialized knowledge to share or are looking to learn crucial skills, this is a good place to visit. The Marina District in Harborside has become a hub for the fledgling sailing trade. If you have goods to trade over longer distances or are looking for news from coastal communities, this is the place to go. Be aware that maritime law is still being established, and disputes between different sailing groups are not uncommon. The old Mechanics Row in Millbrook has been taken over by a group of engineers and skilled craftspeople. They're focusing on repairing and repurposing old technology to work without electricity. If you need tools fixed or are looking for ingenious mechanical solutions, this is the place to visit. They're always on the lookout for people with technical skills or useful scrap materials. Let's also talk about some temporary safe zones that have been established for specific purposes. The old drive-in theater on the outskirts of Millbrook has been converted into a makeshift hospital during disease outbreaks. When not in use for medical purposes, it serves as a neutral ground for larger community gatherings. Pay attention to the flags flying at the entrance if you're approaching this area. A white flag indicates it's open for general use, while a red flag means it's currently operating as a quarantine zone. The Millbrook Public Library has become a knowledge preservation center. A group of former librarians and educators are working to protect books and share information. They've established a small safe zone around the library, and it's one of the few places in the city center that most groups respect as neutral territory. Now, I want to emphasize that the status of these areas can change rapidly. What's safe today might be dangerous tomorrow. Always approach new areas with caution. Be prepared to defend yourself if necessary, but also be open to cooperation. In these difficult times, both vigilance and trust know that there are still many areas we don't have reliable information about. If you've traveled through parts of our region that I haven't mentioned, or if you have updates on the areas I've discussed, please find a way to get that information to us. Our network of runners makes regular stops in most established communities, and they can relay messages back to Station Atlas. Remember, knowledge is power in our new world. Sharing information about safe zones, danger areas, and resources could save lives. But also be discerning about who you share sensitive information with. In the wrong hands, information about vulnerable communities or valuable resources could lead to conflict. As we navigate this changed world, it's crucial that we work together when possible, but also maintain healthy boundaries. The communities that have managed to establish safe zones have done so through cooperation, organization, and a willingness to defend what they've built. Learn from their example. In our next segment, we'll be discussing the weather patterns we've been observing and their implications for agriculture and daily life. The climate has been behaving erratically since the blackout, and understanding these changes could be crucial for your survival. Stay tuned, stay safe, and remember, we're all in this together. This is Station Atlas, your guide in the post-blackout world. As we continue our broadcast, it's time to turn our attention to a critical aspect of our new reality: the weather and environmental changes we've been observing since the global blackout. Understanding these patterns is crucial not only for day-to-day survival, but also for long-term planning, especially when it comes to agriculture and resource management. First, let's address the elephant in the room. Many of you have noticed that the weather patterns have become increasingly erratic and unpredictable since the blackout. This isn't just your imagination. The sudden halt of global industry and the dramatic reduction in emissions have had rapid and significant effects on our local and global climate. In our region, we've observed a general trend towards more extreme weather events. Summers have become hotter and drier, while winters are showing signs of becoming colder and wetter. This shift presents numerous challenges, from increased risk of wildfires in the summer to potential flooding and heavy snowfall in the winter. Let's break this down season by season, starting with our current season, summer. Temperatures have been consistently higher than pre-blackout averages, often by several degrees. We've recorded peak temperatures reaching as high as 105 degrees Fahrenheit, 40.5 degrees Celsius in Millbrook, which is unprecedented for our area. These high temperatures are putting a strain on our water resources and affecting crop yields. The heat isn't just uncomfortable, it's dangerous. We've seen an increase in heat-related illnesses, particularly among the elderly and those engaged in physical labor. If you're working outside, it's crucial to stay hydrated and take frequent breaks in the shade. The old advice of working during the cooler parts of the day has become more important than ever. Along with the heat, we're experiencing a significant decrease in rainfall. The fertile valley, which we rely on heavily for food production, has received only about 60% of its usual rainfall this summer. Farmers are having to adapt quickly, focusing on drought-resistant crops and implementing water-saving irrigation techniques. The dry conditions have also heightened the risk of wildfires. The Whispering Woods, which many communities depend on for hunting and foraging, is particularly vulnerable. We've already had 2 significant fires this season, and it's only August. If you're in a wooded area, be extremely cautious with any kind of fire. Even a small spark can lead to disaster in these conditions. Looking ahead to autumn, our observations and the limited meteorological data we've been able to gather suggest we might be in for a shorter and more turbulent season than we're used to. We're expecting an earlier onset of cold weather, possibly as soon as late September. This could pose a serious threat to crops that typically aren't harvested until October or November. We're also anticipating more frequent and more intense storms during the autumn months. The clash between the lingering summer heat and the incoming cold air masses is likely to produce severe thunderstorms, potentially accompanied by damaging winds and hail. If you're in an area prone to flooding, now is the time to prepare. Reinforce structures where you can and have an evacuation plan ready. Winter is where we're seeing some of the most dramatic changes. Our data suggests that winters are becoming colder and longer, with more frequent heavy snowfall events. Last winter, we recorded temperatures as low as -20 degrees Fahrenheit, -28.9 degrees Celsius in the mountain regions, and even the typically milder areas near the coast experienced several days below freezing. This trend towards harsher winters presents several challenges. First and foremost is the increased need for shelter and heating. Many of the heating systems we relied on in the past are no longer functional without electricity. Communities are having to relearn old methods of insulation and heating, from simple techniques like sealing drafts and using heavy curtains to more involved projects like constructing root cellars and underground shelters. The colder temperatures and heavier snowfall also make travel more difficult and dangerous. Roads that were once kept clear by snowplows are now often impassable for weeks at a time. This isolation can be particularly dangerous for smaller communities or individuals living in remote areas. If you're in such a situation, it's crucial to stock up on supplies well before winter sets in. On the flip side, the increased snowfall does have some benefits. It's providing more water for our rivers and reservoirs come spring, which could help offset the drier summers. Some communities are also experimenting with using packed snow as a natural refrigerant to help preserve food through the winter months. Spring, like autumn, seems to be becoming shorter and more volatile. We're seeing rapid temperature swings, with early warm spells followed by late freezes. This is particularly challenging for agriculture, as it can damage or destroy crops that sprout early due to a warm spell. We're also observing more intense spring storms, including an uptick in tornado activity. The area between Riverdale and Millbrook, which used to see maybe 1 or 2 tornadoes a year, experienced 5 confirmed tornadoes last spring. If you're in a tornado-prone area, it's more important than ever to have a solid emergency plan and a sturdy storm shelter. Now, let's talk about some of the broader environmental changes we're observing. One of the most noticeable is the improvement in air quality, particularly around urban areas. Without the constant emissions from vehicles and factories, the air has become significantly cleaner. On clear days, visibility has improved dramatically, and we're seeing a reduction in respiratory issues among the population. Water quality in many areas has also improved, though this is not universal. In some places, the lack of maintenance on water treatment facilities has led to increased pollution in rivers and lakes. However, in areas where industrial activity has ceased, water bodies are showing signs of recovery. Fish populations in the River Elk, for instance, have bounced back remarkably. We're also seeing changes in local wildlife populations. With less human activity in many areas, some animal species are expanding their territories. There have been increased sightings of larger predators like bears and mountain lions closer to former urban areas. While this is a positive sign for biodiversity, it also means we need to be more cautious and prepared when venturing into what used to be safe areas. Plant life is also adapting to the changing conditions. We're seeing shifts in the timing of seasonal events like leaf budding and flowering. Some plant species are thriving in the new conditions, while others are struggling. This has implications for both wild food foraging and agriculture. Speaking of agriculture, let's discuss how these environmental changes are affecting food production. The combination of hotter, drier summers and colder winters is forcing a rapid evolution in farming practices. Crops that were once staples in our region may no longer be viable, while others that were previously marginal might now thrive. Farmers in the Fertile Valley are experimenting with more heat and drought-tolerant crop varieties. There's been a resurgence of interest in traditional, hardy crop species that had fallen out of favor in the age of industrial agriculture. Crops like millet, amaranth, and certain varieties of sorghum are gaining popularity due to their resilience in face of heat and water stress. The shorter growing season is also pushing farmers to adopt season extension techniques. We're seeing increased use of cold frames, hoop houses, and other simple greenhouse structures to protect crops from early and late frosts. Some communities are even experimenting with underground growing spaces, using geothermal heat to maintain more stable temperatures. Water management has become a critical issue. With less reliable rainfall, efficient irrigation is more important than ever. There's been a revival of ancient techniques like terracing and water harvesting, as well as the development of low-tech drip irrigation systems using salvage materials. The changes in insect populations are also having a significant impact on agriculture. Some pest species are thriving in the warmer conditions, while others have declined. On the positive side, we're seeing an increase in many pollinator species, which is crucial for reliant on agriculture. It's crucial to stay adaptable. What worked last year might not work this year. Share information with other growers, experiment with different crops and techniques, and always have backup plans. Now, I want to address how these environmental changes are affecting our daily lives and what we can do to adapt. First and foremost, we need to be more aware of and prepared for extreme weather events. Have emergency kits ready, know your evacuation routes, and have plans in place for both heat waves and severe cold snaps. Our clothing and shelter needs are changing. Lighter, breathable clothing is crucial for the hotter summers, while good insulation and layering are more important than ever for the winters. If you're constructing or modifying shelters, consider how to make them resilient to both heat and cold. Water conservation has become a year-round necessity, not just a summer concern. Every community should be looking at ways to capture and store rainwater and snowmelt. On an individual level, be mindful of your water usage and look for ways to reuse gray water where possible. Food preservation techniques need to adapt to the new climate realities. With hotter summers, traditional methods like sun-drying foods are becoming more viable, but we also need to be prepared to protect food from extreme heat. Root cellars and other cool storage methods are becoming increasingly important for preserving harvests through the winter months. Lastly, I want to emphasize the importance of observing and recording weather patterns in your local area. The more data we can gather, the better we can understand and predict these new weather patterns. If you have access to any kind of weather measuring equipment, even something as simple as a rain gauge or a thermometer, your observations could be invaluable. Remember, while these changes present significant challenges, they also offer opportunities. Our ability to adapt and work with nature rather than against it will be key to our long-term survival and prosperity in this new world. In our next segment, we'll be discussing essential survival tips, focusing on food procurement and preservation in our changing environment. Stay tuned, stay safe, and remember, knowledge shared is strength multiplied. This is Station Atlas, your beacon in the post-blackout world. As we continue our broadcast, it's time to focus on one of the most critical aspects of survival in our post-blackout world: food procurement and preservation. In these challenging times, knowing how to find, grow, and store food can mean the difference between life and death. Let's dive into some essential strategies and techniques that can help you keep yourself and your community fed. First, let's talk about foraging. The lands around us are rich with edible plants, but it's crucial to know what you're looking for. One of the most abundant and nutritious wild foods in our region is the dandelion. Every part of this plant is edible, from the roots to the flowers. The leaves are packed with vitamins and can be eaten raw in salads or cooked like spinach. The roots can be roasted and used as a coffee substitute, while the flowers can be used to make wine or fritters. Another common and versatile wild plant is the stinging nettle. Don't let its sting scare you off. When cooked, nettles lose their sting and become a nutritious green vegetable, rich in iron and other minerals. They can be used like spinach in soups, stews, or as a side dish. Just remember to wear gloves when harvesting them. For those near wooded areas, acorns are an excellent source of carbohydrates and fats. However, they require processing to remove the tannins before they're edible. Soak crushed acorns in water, changing the water daily until it runs clear. Once processed, acorn flour can be used in breads and other baked goods. Wild berries are another great foraged food, but be absolutely certain of identification before eating any wild berry. Blackberries, raspberries, and elderberries are common in our region and are excellent sources of vitamins and antioxidants. They can be eaten fresh or preserved for later use. Remember, when foraging, always leave some behind for wildlife and to ensure the plants can regenerate. Overharvesting can deplete these valuable resources. Now, let's move on to hunting and fishing. These skills have become invaluable in our new world. If you're new to hunting, start with smaller game like rabbits or squirrels. They're more abundant and easier to catch than larger animals. Snares and traps can be effective tools for catching small game without the need for firearms. For larger game, deer remain a good option in our region. However, hunting deer requires more skill and proper equipment. If you're not experienced, try to connect with seasoned hunters in your community who can teach you. Remember, every part of the animal can be used: the meat for food, the hide for clothing or shelter, and the bones for tools. Fishing is another excellent source of protein. Even if you don't have modern fishing gear, you can create simple hooks from wire or bones and use natural fibers for line. Look for calm pools in rivers or the edges of lakes where fish tend to congregate. Don't forget about other aquatic food sources like crayfish, which can be caught by hand in shallow streams. For those living near the coast, shellfish like mussels and clams are excellent food sources. They're relatively easy to harvest and are packed with nutrients. However, be aware of any local warnings about toxic algae blooms or pollution that might make shellfish unsafe to eat. Now, let's talk about growing your own food. Even if you don't have access to large plots of land, you can still grow a significant amount of food in small spaces. Container gardening on balconies or windowsills can provide fresh herbs and vegetables. Tomatoes, peppers, and leafy greens like lettuce and kale do well in containers. If you have more space, consider starting a vegetable garden. Focus on high-yield, nutrient-dense crops that grow well in our climate. Potatoes, beans, peas, and squash are all good options. Companion planting can help maximize your yield and naturally deter pests. For example, planting marigolds near your vegetables can help repel harmful insects. Don't forget about vertical gardening. Climbing plants like peas and beans can be grown on trellises or fences, making efficient use of space. You can even create vertical gardens using pallets or other salvaged materials. For those with more land, consider planting fruit trees and berry bushes. While they take longer to establish, they can provide abundant food for years to come. Apple trees, blackberry bushes, and grapevines are all well suited to our climate. Composting is crucial for maintaining soil fertility without access to commercial fertilizers. Kitchen scraps, yard waste, and even human urine can be composted to create rich, nutrient-dense soil for your garden. Now that we've covered procurement, let's move on to food preservation. In our post-blackout world, we can't rely on refrigeration or freezing for long-term storage. Instead, we need to turn to traditional methods of food preservation. Drying is one of the simplest and most effective methods of preserving food. Many fruits and vegetables can be dried in the sun or by using a simple solar dehydrator. Apples, pears, berries, and herbs are all excellent candidates for drying. Meats can also be dried to make jerky, which is a compact, protein-rich food that stores well. Smoking is another effective preservation method, particularly for meats and fish. The smoke helps to dry the food and also imparts chemicals that inhibit bacterial growth. If you don't have a proper smoker, you can create a simple one using a barrel or even by digging a pit and covering it. Fermentation is a preservation method that not only extends the shelf life of foods, but can also increase their nutritional value. Sauerkraut, kimchi, and pickles are all examples of fermented foods. The lactic acid produced during fermentation creates an environment hostile to harmful bacteria. Plus, fermented foods are rich in probiotics, which are beneficial for gut health. Salt curing is an ancient method of preserving meat and fish. While it requires a fair amount of salt, it's an effective way to store protein for long periods without refrigeration. Salted fish and meats can last for months if stored properly. Canning is another valuable preservation method, though it requires some specialized equipment. If you have access to canning jars and lids, you can preserve a wide variety of fruits, vegetables, and even meats. The high heat used in canning effectively sterilizes the food, allowing it to be stored at room temperature for extended periods. Root cellaring is a traditional method of storing fresh produce through the winter months. Cool, dark, and slightly humid conditions can keep root vegetables, apples, and other hardy produce fresh for months. If you don't have a proper root cellar, you can create similar conditions in a basement or by burying a barrel or old refrigerator in the ground. Now, let's discuss some general tips for food safety in our new reality. Without refrigeration, it's crucial to be vigilant about food spoilage. Use your senses. If food smells off, looks moldy, or has an unusual texture, it's better to be safe. Cleanliness is paramount. Make sure all your equipment and containers are as clean as possible to prevent contamination. If you're canning, be especially careful to follow proper procedures to avoid the risk of botulism, a rare but potentially fatal form of food poisoning. Be mindful of cross-contamination, especially when handling raw meats. Without modern sanitation systems, foodborne illnesses can spread quickly and be particularly dangerous. Always cook meats thoroughly and keep raw meats separate from other foods. Water safety is closely tied to food safety. Always use the cleanest water available for drinking, cooking, and cleaning food. If you're unsure about your water source, boiling is the most reliable method of purification. A rolling boil for at least 1 minute will kill most harmful organisms. In terms of cooking, it's important to adapt to cooking without modern appliances. Learn to cook over open fires or improvised stoves. Dutch ovens, cast iron skillets, and other sturdy cookware are invaluable for cooking over fires. Solar ovens can be an effective way to cook food using only the sun's energy, and they're relatively simple to construct. Lastly, let's talk about the importance of diversifying your food sources. Don't rely too heavily on any one method of food procurement or any single type of food. A diverse diet is not only healthier, but also provides a buffer against crop failures or scarcity of certain foods. Consider establishing food sharing networks within your community. Different individuals or families can specialize in different aspects of food production and preservation, then trade or share their produce. This not only ensures a more varied diet, but also strengthens community bonds. Remember, in our new world, food is more than just sustenance. It's a valuable commodity and a means of bringing people together. Sharing meals and knowledge about food can help build and maintain the social connections that are crucial for long-term survival. As we face the challenges of food procurement and preservation in our post-blackout world, it's important to remember that humans have been successfully growing, hunting, and preserving food for thousands of years without modern technology. We're rediscovering old wisdom and adapting it to our current circumstances. With patience, creativity, and cooperation, we can ensure that our communities remain fed and healthy. In our next segment, we'll be discussing water sourcing and purification techniques. Water is even more critical than food for immediate survival, so you won't want to miss this crucial information. Stay tuned, stay safe, and remember, knowledge shared is strength multiplied. This is Station Atlas, your beacon in the post-blackout world. Now that we've covered food procurement, let's delve into the crucial topic of food preservation in our post-blackout world. With no electricity for refrigeration or freezing, we must rely on traditional methods to keep our hard-earned food supplies safe and edible for longer periods. These techniques have been used by our ancestors for centuries, and now it's our turn to master them. Let's start with one of the oldest and most effective methods: drying. This technique works well for fruits, vegetables, herbs, and even meats. The key to successful drying is to remove moisture from the food, which prevents the growth of bacteria and mold. For fruits and vegetables, you can create simple solar dryers using salvaged materials. A basic frame covered with clean window screening or cheesecloth can serve as an effective drying rack. Place your sliced fruits or vegetables on the rack and leave them in direct sunlight. Be sure to bring them in at night to avoid dew and protect them from insects and animals. For herbs, bundle them together and hang them upside down in a dry, well-ventilated area. Once they're crisp to the touch, crumble them and store in airtight containers. Dried herbs can add flavor to your meals for months to come. Meat drying or jerky making requires more care to ensure food safety. If you're drying meat, it's crucial to use the leanest cuts possible, as fat can go rancid. Cut the meat into thin strips, season it if desired, and hang it in a well-ventilated area. If you're in a humid climate, you may need to use smoke to assist in the drying process, which brings us to our next preservation method. Smoking is an excellent way to preserve meat and fish while also imparting delicious flavor. The smoke creates an acidic coating on the food that inhibits bacterial growth. You can construct a simple smoker using a barrel or even by digging a pit and covering it. Hardwoods like oak, hickory, or applewood are ideal for smoking. Avoid using softwoods like pine, which can impart a bitter, resinous flavor. When smoking meats, it's important to cure them first with salt. This helps to draw out moisture and create an environment inhospitable to bacteria. A basic cure can be made with salt and brown sugar. Rub this mixture into the meat, let it sit for a day or two, then smoke it until it's fully dried. Fermentation is another powerful preservation technique that not only extends the shelf life of foods, but can also increase their nutritional value. Fermented foods are rich in beneficial bacteria that aid digestion and boost immunity. Sauerkraut is a classic example of a fermented food that's easy to make. Simply shred cabbage, mix it with salt, pack it tightly into a clean container, and weigh it down to keep the cabbage submerged in its own juices. Over time, lactic acid bacteria will multiply, creating an acidic environment that preserves the cabbage. You can apply this same principle to a wide variety of vegetables. Kimchi, pickles, and fermented carrots or beets are all delicious and nutritious options. Remember, successful fermentation requires an anaerobic environment, so always keep your vegetables submerged in brine. Salt curing is an ancient method of preserving meat and fish. While it requires a significant amount of salt, it's an effective way to store protein for long periods without refrigeration. To salt cure meat, rub it thoroughly with salt and any desired spices. Then place it in a container, covered completely with salt. Over time, the salt will draw out moisture from the meat, creating an environment where harmful bacteria cannot survive. For fish, you can use a similar process or try making gravlax, a Scandinavian specialty. Cover fish fillets with a mixture of salt, sugar, and dill, wrap tightly, and weigh down. After a few days, you'll have a delicacy that can last for weeks when stored properly. Canning is a more modern preservation method, but it's incredibly effective if you have access to the necessary equipment. The high heat used in canning effectively sterilizes the food, allowing it to be stored at room temperature for extended periods. If you have canning jars and lids, you can preserve a wide variety of fruits, vegetables, and even meats. There are two main types of canning: water bath canning and pressure canning. Water bath canning is suitable for high-acid foods like fruits, tomatoes, and pickles. Pressure canning is necessary for low-acid foods like vegetables and meats. If you're new to canning, start with high-acid foods and the water bath method, as it's simpler and requires less specialized equipment. Always follow tested recipes and procedures when canning to ensure food safety. Improper canning can lead to the growth of Clostridium botulinum, which causes botulism, a rare but potentially fatal form of food poisoning. Root cellaring is a traditional method of storing fresh produce through the winter months. Cool, dark, and slightly humid conditions can keep root vegetables, apples, and other hardy produce fresh for months. If you don't have a proper root cellar, you can create similar conditions in a basement or by burying a barrel or old refrigerator in the ground. The ideal temperature for a root cellar is just above freezing, around 32 to 40 degrees Fahrenheit. Humidity should be high, around 85 to 95%, to prevent vegetables from drying out. Different vegetables require slightly different conditions, so research the specific needs of your crops. When storing vegetables in a root cellar, check them regularly and remove any that show signs of spoilage to prevent it from spreading. Some vegetables, like onions and garlic, prefer drier conditions and can be hung in mesh bags or braided and hung from the ceiling. Now, let's discuss some general principles of food preservation that apply across all methods. Cleanliness is paramount. Always use clean equipment and containers to prevent contamination. When handling food for preservation, wash your hands thoroughly and often. If possible, Sterilize your containers by boiling them before use. Temperature control is crucial. Most harmful bacteria thrive in the danger zone between 40 and 140 degrees Fahrenheit. When preserving food, you're either trying to keep it below or above this range. This is why proper storage of preserved foods is so important. Acidity is another important factor in food preservation. Many harmful bacteria cannot survive in highly acidic environments. This is why pickling is such an effective preservation method. When pickling, ensure that your brine is sufficiently acidic. A general rule is to use 1 part vinegar to 1 part water, but exact ratios can vary depending on the recipe. Oxygen is the enemy of preserved foods. Exposure to air can lead to oxidation and spoilage. When storing dried or cured foods, use airtight containers. For fermented foods, ensure that the vegetables remain submerged in brine. When canning, always check label your jars and foods with the date of preservation and contents. This helps you keep track of your inventory and use older items first. Remember, even well-preserved foods don't last forever, so try to use them within a year for best quality. Now, let's talk about some improvised preservation methods that can be useful in a pinch. If you find yourself with more fresh food than you can eat before it spoils, consider these options. Sun-drying is an effective method for fruits and some vegetables. Slice the produce thinly and lay it out on a clean surface in direct sunlight. Cover with a piece of cheesecloth or screen to protect from insects. Bring the food in at night to avoid dew. Ash storage can help preserve some root vegetables. Bury them in a container of clean, dry wood ash. The ash helps to keep the vegetables dry and can deter pests. Sand storage is another option for root vegetables. Bury them in a container of clean, dry sand. This method helps to regulate moisture and temperature. Oil preservation can work for some foods, particularly herbs. Pack clean, dry herbs into a clean jar and cover completely with oil. This creates an anaerobic environment that helps prevent spoilage. However, be cautious with this method, as it can pose a risk of botulism if not done properly. Remember, food preservation is as much an art as it is a science. It may take some trial and error to perfect your techniques. Don't be discouraged if your first attempts aren't perfect. Keep practicing and learning. It's also worth noting that many preservation methods can be combined for even better results. For example, you might smoke meat and then store it in salt, or ferment vegetables and then can them for longer storage. Lastly, let's discuss the importance of food preservation in building community resilience. Preserved foods can be valuable trade items, allowing communities to exchange surplus from different seasons or regions. Organizing community preservation efforts can be an effective way to process large harvests quickly. This not only ensures that food doesn't go to waste, but also strengthens social bonds. Consider setting up a community canning kitchen where people can share equipment and knowledge. Or organize a preservation party where everyone brings something to preserve and works together. These communal efforts can turn the work of food preservation into a social event, making the task more enjoyable and efficient. As we face the challenges of our post-blackout world, the ability to preserve food effectively will be crucial to our survival and prosperity. By mastering these techniques, we're not just ensuring our own food security, but we're also connecting with our cultural heritage and preparing ourselves to pass on this vital knowledge to future generations. Remember, in our new reality, knowledge and skills are our most valuable resources. Share what you learn about food preservation with others in your community. The more we can spread this knowledge, the more resilient we'll all become. In our next segment, we'll be discussing water sourcing and purification, another critical aspect of survival in our changed world. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you to stay safe, stay informed, and stay connected. Together, we'll not just survive, but thrive in this new world we're building. As we continue our broadcast, it's time to address one of the most critical aspects of survival in our post-blackout world: water sourcing and purification. Water is essential for life, and in our current situation, finding and maintaining a safe water supply is more important than ever. Let's start with sourcing water. In our region, we're fortunate to have several natural water sources. The River Elk remains our primary water source, but it's important to remember that even natural water sources can be contaminated. Always treat water before drinking, no matter how clean it looks. For those living near the river, it's best to collect water upstream from any settlements to minimize the risk of contamination. If possible, collect water from fast-moving sections of the river rather than stagnant pools. The movement helps oxygenate the water and can reduce the presence of harmful microorganisms. Lakes and ponds can also be good water sources, but be cautious. Standing water is more likely to harbor harmful bacteria and parasites. If you're collecting from a lake or pond, try to get water from the center rather than near the shore, and always filter and purify it before use. Springs and natural wells are excellent water sources if you can find them. The water has usually been naturally filtered as it moves through layers of rock and soil. However, don't assume spring water is automatically safe to drink. It's still wise to purify it. Rainwater collection is another valuable strategy. Set up containers to catch rainwater during storms. A simple system can be made by setting up a clean tarp at an angle, with a container at the lower end to collect the runoff. Make sure your collection containers are clean and covered to prevent contamination from debris or insects. In urban or suburban areas, don't overlook man-made water sources. Many homes have water heaters that can hold 40 to 60 gallons of water. If you haven't already, drain your water heater and store this water safely. It's a one-time source, but it can be crucial in an emergency. Swimming pools can be a significant water source, though the water will need to be purified before drinking due to the chemicals typically used in pools. Even if the water looks dirty, it can be treated and used for non-potable purposes like washing or watering plants. Now, let's move on to water purification methods. Boiling is one of the most effective ways to make water safe for drinking. Bring the water to a rolling boil and keep it boiling for at least 1 minute. At higher altitudes, you'll need to boil for longer, about 3 minutes, due to the lower boiling point. Filtration is another crucial method. You can create a simple filter using layers of sand, gravel, and charcoal. Start with a container with small holes in the bottom. Layer gravel, then sand, then crushed charcoal. Pour water through this filter to remove particulates and some contaminants. However, filtration alone may not remove all pathogens, so it's best to combine it with another purification method. Chemical purification is effective and can be done with household bleach. Use unscented bleach that contains 5 to 6% sodium hypochlorite. Add 8 drops of bleach per gallon of water, stir well, and let it stand for 30 minutes before use. The water should have a slight chlorine odor. If it doesn't, repeat the process. Iodine can also be used for chemical purification. Use 5 drops of 2% tincture of iodine per quart of clear water. Double the amount for cloudy water. Let the water stand for 30 minutes before use. Be aware that iodine should not be used by pregnant women or those with thyroid problems. Solar disinfection is a method that uses the sun's UV rays to kill pathogens. Fill clear plastic bottles with water and leave them in direct sunlight for at least 6 hours, or 2 days if it's cloudy. This method works best in hot, sunny climates. For long-term water purification needs, consider constructing a solar still. This device uses the sun's heat to evaporate water, leaving contaminants behind, and then collects the condensation. While it produces small amounts of water, it can be a reliable source of clean water over time. Now that we've covered sourcing and purification, let's discuss water storage. It's crucial to have a supply of clean water stored for emergencies. Aim to store at least 1 gallon per person per day, and try to have a 2-week supply if possible. Store water in clean, food-grade containers. Avoid containers that have ever held toxic substances. Glass containers are ideal but can be heavy and breakable. Food-grade plastic containers are a good alternative. Always sanitize containers before filling them with purified water. Keep your water storage in a cool, dark place to prevent algae growth. If you're using plastic containers, make sure they're not in direct sunlight, as this can cause chemicals to leach from the plastic into the water. Rotate your water storage every 6 months. This ensures your supply remains fresh and allows you to check for any contamination or container degradation. In addition to storing drinking water, consider setting up a rainwater collection system for non-potable water needs. This can be as simple as placing barrels under your roof's downspouts. Use this water for washing, watering plants, or flushing toilets if you still have functional plumbing. Now, let's address some common questions and concerns about water in our post-blackout world. Many people ask about the safety of drinking water from streams or rivers. While these can be good water sources, never drink directly from them without treatment. Even the clearest mountain stream can harbor harmful bacteria or parasites like Giardia. Another common question is about the use of water purification tablets. These can be effective and convenient, but supplies are limited. Save these for situations where boiling or other methods aren't possible, such as when you're on the move. Some have asked about desalination for those near the coast. While desalination is possible, it requires significant energy and produce limited amounts of fresh water from salt water, but it's a slow process. If you're in a coastal area, focus on collecting rainwater when possible. We've also received questions about waterborne illnesses. Common waterborne diseases include cholera, dysentery, and typhoid. Symptoms often include severe diarrhea, which can lead to dangerous dehydration. If you suspect you have a waterborne illness, rest, stay hydrated with purified water, and seek medical help if available. Prevention is key when it comes to waterborne illnesses. Always purify your water, wash your hands frequently, and practice good sanitation. If soap is scarce, ash can be used as an alternative for hand washing. Now, let's discuss some long-term strategies for water management in our communities. Protecting our water sources should be a top priority. Establish community guidelines for activities near water sources. Designate specific areas for washing and laundry downstream from drinking water collection points. Create designated areas for human waste disposal far from water sources to prevent contamination. Consider establishing a community water treatment system. This could be as simple as a large-scale version of the sand and charcoal filter we discussed earlier, or more complex systems if you have the resources and expertise available. Rainwater harvesting on a community scale can provide a significant water source. Large roof areas like those on community buildings can collect substantial amounts of rainwater. This water can be stored in large tanks or cisterns for community use. Repairing and maintaining existing wells should be a priority if you have them in your area. Hand pumps can be installed on wells that previously used electric pumps. If you have people with the necessary skills, drilling new wells could be a valuable long-term project. Water conservation should become a way of life. Every drop of water takes effort to collect, purify, and store, so use it wisely. Implement gray water systems to reuse water from washing for watering plants. Fix any leaks immediately. Use mulch in gardens to reduce water evaporation. Develop a community plan for water collection and distribution. Assign teams responsible for collecting and treating water. Establish fair rationing systems if supplies are limited. Remember, in our new reality, water is one of our most precious resources. As we face the challenges of our post-blackout world, ensuring a safe and reliable water supply will be crucial to our survival and ability to rebuild. By mastering these water sourcing and purification techniques, we're not just meeting our immediate needs, but we're also laying the groundwork for sustainable communities in the future. Remember, knowledge is power, especially in our current circumstances. Share what you learn about water management with others in your community. The more we spread this vital information, the more resilient we'll all become. In our next segment, we'll be discussing shelter and security, two more critical aspects of survival in our changed world. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you to stay safe, stay informed, and stay connected. Together, we'll not only survive but thrive in this new world we're building. Keep your spirits high and your water clean, fellow survivors. In our ongoing efforts to provide crucial survival information, we now turn our attention to two critical aspects of life in our post-blackout world: shelter and security. These elements are fundamental to our survival and well-being, and mastering them will greatly increase our chances of not just surviving, but thriving in our new reality. Let's begin with shelter. In the immediate aftermath of the blackout, many of us found ourselves in homes that were suddenly ill-equipped for our new circumstances. Without electricity for heating, cooling, and basic functions, we've had to adapt quickly. For those who have remained in their pre-blackout homes, it's crucial to modify them for our new reality. Insulation is key, both for keeping warm in winter and cool in summer. If you're in a house, check your attic insulation. If it's insufficient, consider adding more. Natural materials like straw, wool, or even crumpled paper can be effective insulators if proper materials are scarce. For windows, heavy curtains or blankets can provide an extra layer of insulation. In summer, these can be used to block out the heat of the sun. Ventilation is equally important, especially in warmer months. Without electric fans or air conditioning, we need to maximize natural airflow. Create cross-ventilation by opening windows on opposite sides of your living space. If possible, create a roof vent to allow hot air to escape. In multi-story buildings, remember that heat rises, so upper floors will be warmer. For heating, many have returned to wood-burning stoves or fireplaces. If you're using these, make sure your chimney or flue is clean and unobstructed to prevent dangerous buildup of smoke or carbon monoxide. Always ensure proper ventilation when burning anything indoors. If you don't have a proper stove or fireplace, extreme caution is needed with any indoor fires. The risk of house fires has increased significantly in our post-blackout world, and we lack the firefighting capabilities we once had. In terms of basic shelter construction, if you find yourself needing to build from scratch, remember the key elements: a solid foundation, a sturdy frame, a waterproof roof, and insulated walls. Earthbag construction has gained popularity due to its simplicity and effectiveness. This involves stacking bags filled with soil or sand to create walls, then covering them with plaster. This method provides excellent insulation and can be done with minimal specialized tools. For those in urban environments, adapting existing structures is often more practical than building new ones. Abandoned buildings can be repurposed, but always check structural integrity carefully before moving in. Be particularly cautious in tall buildings, as lack of maintenance can lead to dangerous deterioration. In rural areas, traditional building methods are seeing a resurgence. Log cabins, when properly constructed, provide excellent insulation and can be built with local materials. Straw bale construction is another effective method, providing superior insulation. However, it's crucial to keep straw bales dry to prevent rot. For immediate temporary shelter, knowing how to construct a basic lean-to can be a lifesaver. Find a sturdy tree or rock face for support. Lean long branches against it at an angle, and cover with smaller branches, leaves, or any waterproof material you can find. This simple structure can provide crucial protection from the elements. In all shelter considerations, water management is crucial. Ensure your roof is watertight and that water drains away from your shelter, not into it. In areas prone to flooding, consider elevating your living space. Proper drainage can also help prevent issues with mold and structural damage over time. Now, let's move on to the equally important topic of security. In our changed world, the nature of security threats has shifted dramatically. Without functioning law enforcement and with resources becoming scarce, we've seen an unfortunate rise in desperation-driven crime and violence. The first line of defense is always awareness. Know your surroundings and the people in your community. Establish neighborhood watch systems with regular patrols and a method for quickly communicating potential threats. In rural areas, early warning systems using signals like bells or whistles can be effective. Securing your shelter is crucial. Reinforce doors and windows as much as possible. Simple wooden bars across doors can significantly increase their strength. For windows, consider installing shutters that can be securely closed from the inside. If you're using an abandoned building, make sure to secure all potential entrances, not just the obvious ones. Perimeter security is the next layer of defense. If possible, establish a perimeter around your shelter or community. This can be as simple as a fence or as complex as a wall, depending on your resources and needs. Use natural barriers where possible. Things like thorny bushes can be effective deterrents. For communities, consider establishing checkpoints at entry points. This allows for controlled access and provides an opportunity to assess potential threats before they enter your secure area. Rotate checkpoint duty among community members to share the responsibility. In terms of personal security when moving outside your secure area, the buddy system is crucial. Never travel alone if you can avoid it. There's safety in numbers, and a group is less likely to be targeted than an individual. When it comes to weapons, the situation varies greatly depending on your location and available resources. Firearms, where available, can be effective deterrents and defensive tools, but they come with significant responsibilities and risks. If you choose to keep firearms, proper training in their use and safe storage is absolutely crucial. For those without access to firearms or who choose not to use them, there are other options. Bows and crossbows can be effective hunting tools and deterrents. They have the advantage of having reusable ammunition, which is significant in our current circumstances. Spears or staffs can be crafted from readily available materials and can be effective in trained hands. However, it's important to remember that the best defense is often avoiding conflict altogether. De-escalation skills are invaluable. Learning to read situations, communicate effectively, and defuse tensions can often prevent violence before it begins. In our new reality, security isn't just about protecting against human threats. We also need to be more aware of natural threats. Weather events, wildlife, and even insects can pose significant dangers without the protections of our former technology. Establish early warning systems for severe weather. This could be as simple as designating a high point for a weather watcher to monitor approaching storms. Have a community plan for various weather scenarios, including designated storm shelters. For wildlife, secure food storage is crucial to avoid attracting dangerous animals into your living areas. In areas with large predators, consider establishing wildlife deterrents around your perimeter. Simple noisemakers can be effective for this. Insect-borne diseases are a growing concern without widespread pest control. Use screens on windows and doors where possible. Consider planting insect-repelling plants like citronella or marigolds around your living areas. Neem oil, where available, can be an effective natural insect repellent. Now, let's discuss how shelter and security considerations change with the seasons. In winter, shelter becomes even more critical. Ensure your living space is well insulated and has a reliable heat source. Stock up on fuel before the cold sets in. In areas with heavy snowfall, regularly clear snow from roofs to prevent collapse. Winter also changes security dynamics. Snow can make tracking easier, both for you and potential threats. Use this to your advantage by regularly patrolling your perimeter and being alert for unfamiliar tracks. However, also be aware that your own tracks could lead others to your shelter. In summer, shelter needs shift to focus on keeping cool and dry. Use light-colored materials on your roof and walls to reflect heat. Create shaded outdoor areas for daytime use to reduce heat buildup indoors. In humid areas, proper ventilation becomes even more crucial to prevent mold growth. Summer security concerns include increased foot traffic as more people are on the move in better weather. Wildfires can also pose a significant threat. Maintain a clear area around your shelter and have an evacuation plan ready. In all seasons, maintaining a low profile can be an important security measure. Avoid obvious signs of abundant resources, as these can attract unwanted attention. Be cautious about smoke from fires, light at night, and noise that could give away your location to those who might do you harm. Community cooperation is vital for both shelter and security. Consider pooling resources to create communal shelters that are easier to heat, cool, and defend than individual dwellings. Organize community workdays to help reinforce and repair shelters throughout your area. For security, a well-organized community watch system can be far more effective than individual efforts. Rotate duties to prevent burnout and to ensure everyone is trained in various aspects of community security. Remember, in our post-blackout world, our greatest strength lies in our ability to work together. A well-sheltered, secure community provides a base from which we can begin to rebuild and thrive. As we face the ongoing challenges of our new reality, the skills and knowledge we're developing in creating effective shelter and maintaining security will be crucial. These are not just survival skills, but the building blocks of our future communities. In our next segment, we'll be discussing basic first aid techniques adapted for our post-blackout world. In a time when professional medical help is scarce, knowing how to handle common injuries and illnesses can be the difference between life and death. Stay tuned, stay safe, and remember, knowledge shared is strength multiplied. This is Atlas, your voice in the darkness. signing off for now. As we continue our broadcast, it's crucial that we address a vital aspect of survival in our post-blackout world: basic first aid. With modern medical facilities no longer operational and professional medical help scarce, knowing how to handle common injuries and illnesses can mean the difference between life and death. Let's dive into some essential first aid techniques adapted for our current circumstances. First and foremost, prevention is key. Many injuries can be avoided with proper caution and awareness. Be mindful of your surroundings, especially when performing unfamiliar tasks or using tools you're not accustomed to. Wear appropriate protective gear when available, even if it's improvised. A sturdy pair of gloves can prevent many hand injuries, and eye protection can be fashioned from clear plastic if proper goggles aren't available. Now, let's discuss how to handle some common injuries. Cuts and scrapes are perhaps the most frequent injuries we encounter. Without access to sterile bandages and antibiotic ointments, we need to adapt. Clean the wound thoroughly with boiled and cooled water. If available, use a mild soap. In the absence of commercial antiseptics, you can use honey, which has natural antibacterial properties. Cover the wound with a clean cloth. Change the covering daily and check for signs of infection such as increased redness, swelling, or pus. For larger cuts that may require stitches, we need to improvise. Butterfly bandages can be created by cutting thin strips of adhesive tape. Place these across the wound to hold the edges together. In more severe cases, actual stitching may be necessary. Sterilize a needle and thread by boiling them for at least 10 minutes. Use the needle to carefully sew the wound closed, keeping the stitches close together. This should only be attempted if absolutely necessary and if you have steady hands. Burns are another common injury, especially with our increased reliance on fire for cooking and heating. For minor burns, immediately cool the affected area with clean, cool water for at least 10 minutes. Do not use ice, as this can cause further damage. After cooling, you can apply honey or aloe vera if available, as these have soothing and healing properties. Cover the burn with a clean, dry cloth. For more severe burns, cooling is still the first step, but these injuries require more careful monitoring for infection and may need professional medical attention if available. Fractures and sprains are serious injuries that can be debilitating in our current circumstances. For suspected fractures, immobilization is key. Create a splint using straight, rigid materials like wood or sturdy cardboard. Pad the splint with soft materials to prevent pressure points. Secure the splint to the limb, making sure to immobilize the joints above and below the suspected fracture. For sprains, remember rice: rest, ice or cold compress, compression, and elevation. A compression bandage can be made from strips of cloth. Now, let's address some common illnesses we might encounter. Diarrhea can be life-threatening due to dehydration, especially in our situation where clean water might be scarce. The key is to replace lost fluids and electrolytes. A simple oral rehydration solution can be made by mixing 6 level teaspoons of sugar and half a level teaspoon of salt into 1 liter of clean water. Drink this solution in small, frequent sips. Bland, easily digestible foods like rice or bananas can help firm up stools. Fever is our body's way of fighting infection, but high fevers can be dangerous. Without access to modern fever reducers, we can use natural methods to bring down body temperature. Cool compresses on the forehead, wrists, and ankles can help. Encourage the person to drink plenty of fluids. A lukewarm bath can also help reduce fever. Willow bark tea, if available, contains salicin, which is similar to aspirin and can help reduce fever. Respiratory infections are a concern, especially in close living conditions. Steam inhalation can help relieve congestion. Boil water, remove it from heat, and carefully inhale the steam. You can add eucalyptus leaves or pine needles to the water for added benefit. Honey mixed with warm water can soothe sore throats and suppress coughs. In our new reality, dental issues can become serious health concerns without proper care. Prevention is crucial. Use a stick with frayed ends as a toothbrush, or rub teeth with a clean cloth. Salt water rinses can help maintain oral hygiene. For toothaches, clove oil, if available, can provide temporary pain relief. Apply it directly to the affected tooth. Allergic reactions can be frightening and potentially life-threatening. From mild allergic reactions, such as hives or itching, a paste made from baking soda and water can provide relief when applied to the skin. For more severe reactions, especially those involving difficulty breathing, emergency action is necessary. If you have access to epinephrine autoinjectors, use them as directed. In the absence of modern antihistamines, strong black tea contains compounds that can help reduce allergic responses. Now, let's discuss some general principles of first aid in our post-blackout world. Cleanliness is paramount. Always clean your hands thoroughly before treatment. In the absence of soap, ash can be used as an alternative. Boil any instruments or materials you'll be using for treatment if possible. Improvisation is key. Learn to recognize potential medical supplies in everyday items. Clean cloth can become bandages. Straight, sturdy sticks can become splints. Even spider webs, when clean, can be used to help clot blood in small cuts. Knowledge of local medicinal plants can be invaluable. Yarrow, for example, can help stop bleeding when applied to wounds. Plantain leaves can soothe insect bites and minor skin irritations. Echinacea can help boost the immune system. However, be absolutely certain of your identification before using any plant for medicinal purposes. Incorrect use can be harmful or even fatal. In our current circumstances, tetanus is a serious concern. Any deep puncture wound or cut made by a rusty object is at risk for tetanus. Clean these wounds extra thoroughly and monitor closely for signs of infection. If you suspect tetanus, which includes symptoms like jaw stiffness and muscle spasms, seek any available medical help immediately. Mental health is an often overlooked aspect of first aid, but it's crucial in our stressful new reality. Be aware of signs of depression or anxiety in yourself and others. Regular exercise, maintaining social connections, and having a sense of purpose can all help maintain mental well-being. Simple breathing exercises can help manage stress and anxiety. It's important to know your limits. While these first aid techniques can handle many common issues, there are situations that require more advanced medical care. If you're fortunate enough to have access to individuals with medical training in your community, don't hesitate to seek their help for serious injuries or illnesses. Remember, in our post-blackout world, every member of the community is a potential first responder. Share this knowledge with others. Consider organizing community first aid classes to spread these skills as widely as possible. Keep in mind that this information is not a substitute for professional medical care. We're working with what we have in our current circumstances, but whenever more advanced medical help is available, it should be sought for serious conditions. As we navigate this new world, our ability to care for each other's health and well-being is more important than ever. By mastering these basic first aid skills, we're not just ensuring our own survival, but we're contributing to the resilience and strength of our entire community. In our next segment, we'll be discussing how to avoid common post-blackout dangers. Staying safe in our new reality requires a different set of awareness and skills than we needed in the pre-blackout world. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you to stay safe, stay informed, and stay connected. Together, we'll not only survive but thrive in this new world we're building. As we continue our broadcast, it's crucial that we address the hidden dangers that have emerged in our post-blackout world. While we've covered many aspects of survival, there are specific hazards unique to our current situation that demand our attention. Being aware of these risks and knowing how to avoid them can mean the difference between life and death in our new reality. Let's start with one of the most immediate dangers: the breakdown of urban infrastructure. In the weeks following the blackout, many of our cities have become treacherous landscapes. Buildings that once seemed solid and safe are now potential death traps. Without regular maintenance and climate control, structures are deteriorating at an alarming rate. Concrete is cracking, metal is corroding, and wood is rotting. If you are in an urban area, be extremely cautious when entering or approaching any building, especially tall structures. Look for signs of structural damage like cracks in walls or foundations, leaning or bulging walls, or separation between walls and ceilings. Avoid buildings with visible water damage, as this can lead to mold growth and weakened structures. If you must enter a building, test each step carefully and be prepared to exit quickly if you hear any creaking or shifting sounds. underground areas pose their own set of risks. Subway tunnels, basements, and underground parking garages are particularly dangerous. Without functioning pumps, many of these areas have flooded, creating breeding grounds for disease-carrying insects and potentially weakening surrounding structures. Additionally, the lack of ventilation can lead to the buildup of dangerous gases. Avoid these areas whenever possible. The collapse of our waste management systems has created another set of hazards. In urban and suburban areas, uncollected garbage has piled up, attracting vermin and creating breeding grounds for disease. If you're in these areas, be vigilant about proper waste disposal. Compost what you can, burn what's safe to burn, and bury the rest far from living areas and water sources. When handling waste, always use protective gear if available, even if it's improvised. A pair of gloves and a cloth mask can provide some protection against diseases. Water-related dangers have increased significantly. Without functioning water treatment plants, many of our water sources have become contaminated. Never assume that a water source is safe, even if it looks clean. Always purify water before drinking, whether through boiling, chemical treatment, or filtration. Be especially cautious of standing water in urban areas, as it's likely to be contaminated with a variety of pollutants and pathogens. The breakdown of the electrical grid has created its own set of hazards. Downed power lines may still carry a charge, especially in areas with jury-rigged power systems. Treat all power lines as if they're live. If you see a downed line, stay at least 50 feet away and warn others to do the same. If a power line falls on your vehicle while you're in it, stay inside the vehicle until professional help arrives. If you must exit due to fire or other immediate danger, jump clear of the vehicle without touching it and the ground at the same time, then shuffle away with small steps. Chemical hazards have become a significant concern, especially in industrial areas. Without proper containment and disposal, many industrial chemicals have leaked into the environment. Be extremely cautious when approaching abandoned factories, warehouses, or industrial sites. Strange odors, dead vegetation, or unusually colored water are all warning signs of potential chemical contamination. If you suspect chemical exposure, remove contaminated clothing immediately and wash your skin thoroughly with clean water. The lack of climate control has led to an explosion in the pest population, particularly insects. This isn't just a nuisance, it's a serious health risk. Mosquitoes, ticks, and other biting insects can transmit a variety of diseases. Protect yourself by wearing long sleeves and pants when possible, using natural insect repellents like citronella or neem oil, and sleeping under mosquito nets if you have them. Regularly check yourself and others for ticks after being in wooded or grassy areas. Food safety has become much more challenging without refrigeration and consistent cooking heat. Be extra vigilant about food storage and preparation. Use the first in, first out principle for your food stores to minimize waste. When in doubt about a food item's safety, it's better to discard it than risk food poisoning. Be particularly cautious with meat and dairy products. Learn to recognize signs of food spoilage like unusual colors, textures, or odors. The collapse of the pharmaceutical industry has created a dangerous shortage of medications. If you or someone in your group depends on regular medication, it's crucial to ration supplies carefully and seek alternative treatments where possible. For conditions like diabetes, learning to manage diet and exercise to control blood sugar is more important than ever. For pain management, explore natural alternatives like willow bark or turmeric. However, never abruptly stop taking prescribed medications without understanding the potential consequences. Mental health risks have skyrocketed in our post-blackout world. The stress of survival, combined with the loss of our former way of life, has led to increased rates of depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder. Be aware of the signs of mental health struggles in yourself and others. These can include changes in sleep patterns, loss of appetite, withdrawal from social interactions, or increased irritability. Encourage open communication about mental health within your community and establish support systems. The breakdown of law enforcement has led to an increase in human-made dangers. Be cautious in your interactions with strangers and always be aware of your surroundings. Travel in groups when possible and establish clear communication systems within your community to alert others of potential threats. Fires have become a much more significant danger without organized firefighting services. Be extremely careful with any open flames. When using fire for cooking or heating, always have a means of extinguishing it nearby. In dry conditions, be aware of the risk of wildfires. Create a defensible space around your shelter by clearing away dry vegetation. The loss of modern medical health issues is potentially life-threatening. Minor injuries can become serious if not properly treated due to the risk of infection. Always clean wounds thoroughly and keep them covered. Learn to recognize signs of infection like increased redness, swelling, or fever. Carbon monoxide poisoning has become a more common risk as people turn to alternative heating methods. Never use gas stoves, charcoal grills, or other fuel-burning devices indoors for heating. If you're using a wood stove or fireplace, ensure proper ventilation and consider making or finding carbon monoxide detectors that don't require electricity. The collapse of animal control services has led to an increase in encounters with stray or wild animals. Be cautious around unfamiliar animals, as they may carry diseases or behave aggressively. If bitten or scratched, clean the wound immediately and monitor for signs of infection or rabies. Tetanus has become a more significant risk in our new reality. Any deep puncture wound, especially from rusty metal, carries a risk of tetanus. Clean these wounds extra thoroughly and seek medical help if available. Be particularly careful when working with scavenged materials or in debris-filled areas. The lack of refrigeration has made food preservation more challenging and increased the risk of botulism from improperly canned foods. If you're canning foods, be absolutely certain you're following safe canning procedures. Never eat from cans that are bulging, leaking, or badly dented, and be wary of any preserved foods with off odors or appearances. Waterborne illnesses have become more common without proper sanitation systems. In addition to purifying drinking water, be cautious about water used for bathing or washing dishes, especially if you have any open wounds. Establish designated areas for human waste disposal far from water sources to prevent contamination. The collapse of pest control services has led to an increase in rodent populations, particularly in urban areas. Rodents can carry a variety of diseases. Keep food in sealed containers, maintain cleanliness in living areas, and set traps if necessary. Be cautious when entering long-abandoned buildings, as they may harbor large rodent populations. Mold has become a more significant health risk, especially in humid climates or water-damaged buildings. Mold can cause respiratory issues and other health problems. Keep living areas well ventilated and address any water leaks promptly. If you see or smell mold, clean the area thoroughly with a vinegar solution if possible. The lack of modern dental care has made dental hygiene more crucial than ever. Without access to dentists, a simple cavity can lead to serious infection. Brush teeth daily, even if you have to use improvised tools like frayed sticks. Use salt water rinses to help maintain oral hygiene. Malnutrition has become a serious risk, especially for those relying on limited food sources. Learn to identify signs of nutrient deficiencies and strive for a varied diet. Forage for wild edibles to supplement your diet, but be absolutely certain of plant identification to avoid poisonous lookalikes. The breakdown of weather forecasting systems has made us more vulnerable to severe weather events. Learn to read natural signs of approaching storms. Establish community warning systems and have clear emergency plans for various weather scenarios. Hypothermia and heat stroke have become more common dangers without reliable climate control. Learn to recognize the signs of both conditions. In cold weather, layer clothing and stay dry. In extreme heat, seek shade, stay hydrated, and avoid strenuous activity during the hottest parts of the day. The collapse of professional search and rescue services means we must be prepared to handle emergencies ourselves. Establish clear plans within your community for various emergency scenarios. Designate meeting points and create systems for accounting for all community members in case of evacuation. Scavenging, while necessary, carries its own risks. Be extremely cautious when entering abandoned buildings or vehicles. Watch for sharp edges, unstable structures, and potentially dangerous materials. Always let others know where you're going and when you expect to return. The lack of reliable information sources has made misinformation a serious danger. Be critical of any information you receive and try to verify it through multiple sources if possible. Establish reliable communication networks within and between communities to share accurate information. As we navigate these hidden dangers of our post-blackout world, remember that awareness and preparation are our best defenses. Share this knowledge with your community. The more people who are aware of these risks, the safer we all become. In our next segment, we'll be discussing community organization and governance in our new reality. Until then, stay vigilant, stay safe, and remember we're all in this together. This is Atlas, your voice in the darkness, signing off for now. As we continue our broadcast, it's time to turn our attention to the success stories emerging from various settlements in our post-blackout world. These tales of triumph over adversity not only inspire hope, but also provide valuable lessons for all of us as we strive to rebuild our society. Let's start with the remarkable story of New Hope, a community that has flourished in the ruins of what was once a small suburban town. When the blackout hit, the residents of this neighborhood, like many others, were initially thrown into chaos. However, under the leadership of a former city council member named Sarah, they quickly organized themselves into a cohesive unit. Sarah's first move was to establish a community inventory. Every household contributed what they could: food, tools, medical supplies, and most importantly, skills. This allowed them to identify their strengths and weaknesses quickly. They discovered that among them was a retired nurse, several carpenters, a few farmers, and even a solar energy enthusiast. With this knowledge, they began to transform their community. The solar energy enthusiast, working with the carpenters, managed to cobble together a small but functional solar power system. This provided enough electricity to power a communal refrigerator for perishable foods and medications, as well as a radio for communication. The farmers took charge of converting every available green space into productive gardens. Lawns were torn up and replaced with vegetable plots. The community pool, once a luxury, was repurposed as a rainwater collection system and fish farm. Perhaps most importantly, New Hope established a fair system of governance. They hold weekly town hall meetings where every adult has a voice in decision-making. Disputes are settled through a council of elected elders, ensuring that the rule of law prevails even in the absence of formal government. Their success has not gone unnoticed. New Hope has become a beacon in the region, attracting traders and individuals seeking a stable community. They've managed to strike a balance between welcoming newcomers and maintaining their security, a feat that many other settlements have struggled with. Moving on to another inspiring tale, let's talk about the River Valley Alliance. This group formed when several small farming communities along the River Elk realized that they stood a better chance of survival if they worked together. The alliance began with a simple barter system between the communities, each specializing in different crops or livestock to maximize efficiency. Over time, this evolved into a sophisticated network of trade and mutual support. They established a river patrol using canoes and rafts, which serves both to facilitate trade and to provide an early warning system for any threats moving along the river. One of the alliance's most innovative achievements has been their development of a low-tech communication system. Using a series of hilltop signal fires and smoke signals, they can relay messages up and down the valley quickly. This system has proven invaluable for coordinating planting and harvest times, warning of approaching storms, and alerting communities to any security threats. The River Valley Alliance has also made significant strides in education. Recognizing the importance of preserving and passing on knowledge, they've established a roving school. Teachers travel between communities, spending a few weeks in each, ensuring that children and adults alike have access to education in essential subjects like agriculture, medicine, and basic engineering. Their cooperative approach extends to healthcare as well. Each community contributes to a central medical supply cache, and they share the services of the few trained medical professionals in the valley. They've even begun an apprenticeship program to train new healers, combining modern medical knowledge with herbal and traditional remedies. Now, let's turn our attention to an urban success story, the marketplace of Millbrook. In the heart of what was once a bustling city, A group of survivors has transformed an abandoned shopping mall into a thriving center of trade and community. The marketplace began as a simple swap meet, with people exchanging goods in the mall's parking lot. However, under the guidance of a former business owner named Marcus, it has grown into much more. Trade to flourish, they needed to establish a secure environment and a standardized system of value. To address security, they formed the Marketplace Watch, a volunteer security force that patrols the area. The watch not only keeps the peace during trading hours, but also protects the marketplace from outside threats. Their presence has made the marketplace a safe haven in an otherwise dangerous urban landscape. As for establishing value, Marcus introduced a simple but effective token system. These tokens, made from scavenged materials, serve as a form of currency within the marketplace. Different colors represent different values, based loosely on the time and effort required to produce goods. This system has facilitated more complex trades and has even led to the emergence of specialized craftspeople who can make a living through their skills. The marketplace of Millbrook has become more than just a place of trade. It's a hub of information exchange, a neutral ground where different groups can meet and negotiate, and a beacon of civilization in the chaos of the post-blackout city. They've even established a basic justice system, with a council that arbitrates disputes and enforces a code of conduct for all who wish to trade there. One of the most remarkable aspects of the marketplace is its role in preserving and spreading knowledge. They've set up a knowledge exchange, where people can trade information and skills as well as goods. Whether you want to learn about herbal medicine, basic mechanics, or forgotten traditional crafts, you can find someone willing to teach in exchange for goods or other knowledge. Let's move on to a different kind of success story: the Greenwood Collective. This group took root in a state park, where a number of camping enthusiasts and nature lovers found themselves stranded when the blackout hit. Instead of trying to return to the cities, they made the bold decision to form a new community in harmony with nature. The Greenwood Collective's success lies in their commitment to sustainable living and their deep respect for the natural world. They've become experts in foraging, hunting, and fishing, but always with an eye towards conservation. They rotate their hunting grounds, harvest wild plants responsibly, and have even begun reforestation projects in areas damaged by over-foraging in the early days after the blackout. One of their most impressive achievements is their water management system. Using nothing but gravity and carefully engineered channels, they've created a water system that provides clean water for drinking and irrigation, powers small mills, and even helps with waste management. This system demonstrates how working with nature, rather than against it, can yield powerful results. The collective has also made great strides in natural medicine. They grow and wildcraft a wide variety of medicinal herbs and have developed an extensive knowledge of their uses. Their healers combine this herbal lore with the modern medical knowledge of a few former nurses and EMTs in the group, creating a holistic approach to healthcare that has proven remarkably effective. Perhaps the most inspiring aspect of the Greenwood Collective is their focus on education and preservation of knowledge. They've created a comprehensive apprenticeship program, ensuring that vital skills are passed on to younger generations. From tracking and hunting to herbal medicine and sustainable agriculture, every adult in the collective is expected to take on at least one apprentice. Now, let's talk about a very different kind of community that has found success: the Nexus, a settlement that has grown up around a small rural library. When the blackout hit, the librarian, a woman named Evelyn, refused to abandon the knowledge contained within her library's walls. She rallied the local community to protect this valuable resource, and in doing so, created a center of learning and innovation. The Nexus quickly became known as a place where knowledge could be found and shared. People would travel from far and wide to access the books and to consult with Evelyn and her team of volunteer knowledge keepers. The community around the library grew as more people chose to settle nearby to access this invaluable resource. But the Nexus is more than just a static repository of old knowledge. Under Evelyn's guidance, they've become a center of innovation, finding ways to apply the knowledge in their books to the challenges of the post-blackout world. They've experimented with ancient agricultural techniques, rediscovered old methods of food preservation, and even begun to recreate simple machines described in engineering texts. One of their most ambitious projects has been the creation of a handwritten encyclopedia of survival knowledge. This ongoing project aims to distill the most crucial information from their library into a format that can be easily copied and distributed to other communities. It's a race against time as some books begin to deteriorate, but it's a project that could have far-reaching impacts on our post-blackout society. The Nexus has also become a de facto school system for the region. They offer classes on a wide range of subjects, from practical skills like first aid and agriculture to more academic pursuits like mathematics and literature. They believe that maintaining a broad base of knowledge is crucial for eventually rebuilding a complex society. These success stories, from New Hope to the Nexus, demonstrate the incredible resilience and adaptability of human beings. Each of these communities faced unique challenges, but they all found ways to not just survive, but thrive in our new reality. What lessons can we draw from these examples? First, the importance of organization and leadership. Whether it's Sarah in New Hope, Marcus at the marketplace, or Evelyn at the Nexus, each of these communities benefited from individuals who stepped up to guide and inspire others. Second, the power of cooperation. The River Valley Alliance shows us how much stronger we can be when we work together, pooling resources and knowledge for the benefit of all. Third, the value of innovation and adaptability. From the Greenwood Collective's water management system to the marketplace's token economy, these communities found creative solutions to the challenges they faced. Fourth, the crucial role of knowledge and education. Every successful community we've discussed has placed a high value on preserving knowledge and passing it on to others. And finally, the importance of building systems that are fair and inclusive. The most successful communities have found ways to give everyone a voice and to distribute resources equitably. As we face the ongoing challenges of our post-blackout world, let these stories serve as beacons of hope and sources of inspiration. Remember, every community has the potential to become a success story. By learning from these examples and adapting their lessons to our own unique circumstances, we can all work towards building a better future. In our next segment, we'll be discussing some of the challenges faced by these and other communities and how they've worked to overcome them. Stay tuned, stay safe, and remember, knowledge shared is strength multiplied. This is Atlas, your voice in the darkness, reminding you that even in the darkest times, humanity's light can shine bright. As we continue our broadcast, it's time to address the challenges that our communities have faced and overcome in this post-blackout world. While we've shared stories of success, it's important to recognize that these triumphs didn't come easily. By understanding the obstacles these communities encountered and how they surmounted them, we can better prepare ourselves for the challenges that lie ahead. Let's start with New Hope, the community that transformed a suburban neighborhood into a thriving settlement. One of their earliest and most pressing challenges was food security. In the immediate aftermath of the blackout, they quickly realized that their stored food supplies wouldn't last long. The challenge was twofold. They needed to start producing food quickly, and they had to protect what little they had from desperate outsiders. Their solution was innovative and communal. Every available green space, from front lawns to the local park, was converted into productive gardens. They organized teams to work these gardens, sharing the labor and the harvest. To protect their resources, they established a neighborhood watch system with rotating shifts to guard the perimeter of their community. But perhaps their biggest challenge came from within. As supplies dwindled and stress mounted, conflicts began to arise between neighbors. Old grievances resurfaced, and new tensions emerged over resource allocation. Sarah, their leader, recognized that without addressing these internal conflicts, their community could tear itself apart. Her solution was to establish a clear, transparent system of governance. They created a council with representatives from different sections of the neighborhood. All major decisions were put to a community vote. They also set up a mediation system to resolve disputes before they could escalate. By giving everyone a voice and creating a fair system for resolving conflicts, they were able to maintain unity in the face of adversity. The River Valley Alliance faced a different set of coordination between the different communities along the river. Each settlement had its own priorities and concerns, and getting them to work together wasn't easy. Initially, they struggled with issues of trust. Communities were reluctant to share resources or information, fearing they might be taken advantage of. There were also disputes over water usage, with upstream communities accused of overusing the river at the expense of those downstream. The alliance overcame these challenges through a combination of diplomacy and mutual benefit. They established a rotating leadership council, with representatives from each community taking turns at the helm. This ensured that every settlement had a voice in decision-making. They also created a system of interdependence. Each community was encouraged to specialize in certain crops or crafts, then trade with others for what they needed. This specialization made each settlement a valuable part of the whole, incentivizing cooperation. To address the water usage issue, they implemented a careful monitoring system. Teams would regularly travel the length of the river, checking water levels and quality. This data was shared with all communities, creating transparency and allowing for fair water management decisions. The marketplace of Millbrook, our urban success story, grappled with significant security concerns. In the chaotic urban environment, the marketplace was an attractive target for raiders and desperate individuals. Their initial attempts at security were haphazard and often heavy-handed, leading to conflicts with traders and visitors. They quickly realized that overly aggressive security measures were deterring people from coming to the marketplace, threatening its very existence. The solution came in the form of the Marketplace Watch, a trained security force that balanced firmness with fairness. They established clear rules of conduct for both security personnel and marketplace visitors. Importantly, they created a system of accountability where any complaints against the watch could be brought before a community council. Another major challenge for the marketplace was establishing a fair system of trade in a world without currency. Bartering was inefficient and often led to disputes over the value of goods. Their innovative solution was the token system we mentioned earlier. These tokens, representing standardized units of value, allowed for more complex and fair trades. Importantly, they tied the value of tokens to labor and essential goods, creating a stable basis for their economy. The Greenwood Collective, our nature-based community, faced a unique set of challenges. Their commitment to living in harmony with nature was admirable, but it also meant they had to work harder for every necessity. One of their biggest challenges was healthcare. Without access to modern medical facilities and supplies, they had to rely heavily on herbal and traditional medicine. While this worked for many ailments, they struggled with more serious injuries and illnesses. Their solution was twofold. First, they poured resources into learning and documenting traditional medicinal practices, creating a comprehensive guide to herbal remedies. Second, they established a training program for healers, combining this herbal knowledge with the modern medical training of the few healthcare professionals in their group. They also faced challenges with their sustainable hunting and gathering practices. As their population grew, they risked depleting the natural resources around them. To address this, they implemented a sophisticated system of resource management. They carefully mapped the areas around their settlement, rotating hunting grounds and foraging areas to allow for regeneration. They also began actively managing the forest, selectively planting beneficial species and culling invasive ones. The Nexus, our knowledge preservation community, faced a different kind of threat. Their vast collection of books and information made them a target for those who believed that knowledge from the old world should be destroyed. They faced several attempts by extremist groups to burn their library. Their initial response was to fortify their position, turning the library into a virtual fortress. However, they quickly realized that this approach was unsustainable and went against their mission of sharing knowledge. Their innovative solution was to decentralize their knowledge base. They began a massive project to copy their most important books and documents, distributing these copies to trusted individuals and communities throughout the region. This not only protected the knowledge from destruction, but also helped to spread it more widely. Another challenge the Nexus faced was making their knowledge relevant to the post-blackout world. Many of their books contained information that was no longer applicable or relied on technologies that no longer existed. To address this, they established what they called the Adaptation Council. This group was tasked with going through their knowledge base and finding ways to adapt old information to new circumstances. They produced simplified, hand-copied guides on everything from basic engineering to sustainable agriculture, tailored for the realities of our new world. Now, let's discuss some challenges that have been common across many communities. One universal issue has been the integration of newcomers. As word spread about successful settlements, they attracted waves of desperate survivors seeking safety and stability. While new arrivals brought valuable skills and labor, they also strained resources and sometimes clashed with established community members. Most successful communities have addressed this by creating clear integration processes for newcomers. These typically involve a probationary period where new arrivals can prove their value to the community, followed by a formal acceptance process. Another widespread challenge has been dealing with the psychological toll of our new reality. Many survivors struggle with depression, anxiety, and PTSD. Communities have had to find ways to address mental health without access to modern psychiatric resources. Many have turned to community-based support systems. Group therapy sessions, often led by anyone with counseling experience, have become common. Some communities have adapted mindfulness and meditation practices to help members cope with stress. The Greenwood Collective, in particular, has had success with nature-based therapy, using the calming effects of the forest to help heal psychological wounds. A challenge that took many communities by surprise was the loss of basic skills. In the pre-blackout world, many of us relied on technology for even simple tasks. Suddenly, skills like reading maps, basic math without calculators, or even telling time by the sun became essential. Successful communities have addressed this by establishing skill-sharing programs. The Nexus, with its focus on education, has been particularly effective in this area. They've created curricula focused on these basic skills, ensuring that all members of their community, especially the young, are equipped to function in our new reality. Climate change and unpredictable weather patterns have posed significant challenges to many communities, particularly those relying on agriculture. Unusual temperature fluctuations, unseasonal storms, and shifting precipitation patterns have made traditional farming calendars unreliable. Communities have adapted by diversifying their crops, experimenting with different planting times, and developing more resilient strains of staple crops. The River Valley Alliance has been at the forefront of this, using their communication network to track weather patterns and share successful adaptation strategies across their member communities. One of the most insidious challenges has been the spread of misinformation. In our post-blackout world, reliable information is scarce, and rumors can spread quickly, leading to panic and poor decision-making. Successful communities have combated this by establishing trusted information-sharing networks. The marketplace of Millbrook, as a hub of trade and interaction, has taken on the role of an information clearinghouse. They carefully vet news before sharing it and have created a system of trusted messengers who carry verified information between communities. A final challenge worth noting is the loss of long-term planning and goal setting. In the immediate aftermath of the blackout, most people were focused solely on day-to-day survival. As communities stabilized, many struggled to look beyond immediate needs and plan for the future. The most successful settlements have overcome this by setting ambitious, long-term goals. New Hope, for example, has a 50-year plan for gradually rebuilding infrastructure and technology. The Nexus is working on a multi-generational project to preserve and expand human knowledge. These long-term visions give community members a sense of purpose and hope for the future. As we reflect on these challenges and the innovative ways communities have overcome them, we can draw several key lessons. First, flexibility and adaptability are crucial. The communities that have thrived are those that have been willing to experiment with new solutions and adjust their approaches as circumstances change. Second, communication. Whether it's Sarah's open governance in New Hope or the River Valley Alliance's information sharing network, successful communities have found ways to keep all members informed and involved in decision-making. Third, a focus on education and skill sharing is essential. From the Nexus's preservation of knowledge to the Greenwood Collective's apprenticeship programs, thriving communities have prioritized learning and the transfer of skills. Fourth, balancing short-term needs with long-term planning is critical. While meeting immediate survival needs is obviously important, the most successful communities have also kept an eye on the future, working towards larger goals that give their members hope and purpose. Finally, the importance of community and cooperation cannot be overstated. Every success story we've shared has at its core a group of people working together, supporting each other, and striving for the common good. As we face the ongoing challenges of our post-blackout world, let's take inspiration from these examples of human resilience and ingenuity. Every obstacle overcome, every innovative solution found, brings us one step closer to not just surviving, but thriving in our new reality. In our next segment, we'll be discussing how communities are beginning to look beyond survival and start the long process of rebuilding and advancing our society. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you that our greatest strength lies in our ability to come together and face challenges as one. Stay safe, stay informed, and remember, we're all in this together. As we continue our broadcast, it's time to turn our attention to a crucial aspect of our post-blackout world, the path forward. Now that many communities have established a degree of stability, they're beginning to look beyond mere survival. They're starting to rebuild, to innovate, and to lay the groundwork for a new society. Let's explore some of the ways our fellow survivors are working to shape our collective future. First, let's talk about the efforts to rediscover and adapt old technologies. In New Hope, the community we've discussed before, a group of engineers and hobbyists have formed what they call the Reclamation Team. Their mission is to study pre-blackout technologies and find ways to recreate them using available resources. One of their most successful projects has been the development of small-scale wind turbines. Using scavenged materials and handcrafted parts, they've managed to create wind-powered generators that can produce enough electricity to power essential community services. While it's a far cry from the power grid we once had, it's a significant step forward. The Reclamation Team isn't just focused on electricity, though. They're also working on improving agricultural tools, water purification systems, and even simple machines to aid in construction and manufacturing. Their philosophy is to start with the basics and gradually work their way up to more complex technologies. In the River Valley Alliance, the focus has been on reviving and improving traditional farming techniques. They've been experimenting with crop rotation methods, natural pest control, and water management systems that don't rely on modern pumps or irrigation equipment. One of their most innovative projects has been the development of a new strain of wheat. By carefully selecting and breeding the most resilient plants over several seasons, they've created a variety that's more drought-resistant and produces a higher yield than traditional strains. This kind of agricultural innovation is crucial for long-term food security in our new world. The Alliance has also been working on improving their river transportation systems. They've developed new designs for rafts and barges that are more efficient and can carry larger loads. This has significantly boosted trade along the river, allowing communities to specialize and exchange goods more effectively. At the marketplace of Millbrook, the focus has been on fostering innovation in crafts and small-scale manufacturing. They've set up what they call an inventor's corner, where people can showcase new ideas and prototypes. This has led to a flurry of creative solutions to common problems. One standout invention from the marketplace is a new type of solar oven. Using salvaged mirrors and metal, an enterprising craftsman created an oven that can reach high temperatures using only sunlight. This has been a game changer for communities struggling with fuel shortages for cooking. Another important innovation from the marketplace has been in the realm of communication. A former radio enthusiast has been working on a network of low-power radio transmitters. While the range is limited, it's allowing for faster communication between nearby communities, which is crucial for trade and security. The Greenwood Collective, with their focus on sustainable living, has been making strides in natural medicine and biodiversity preservation. Their herbalists have been systematically testing and documenting the medicinal properties of local plants. They're creating a comprehensive guide that could revolutionize healthcare in our post-pharmaceutical world. In terms of biodiversity, the collective has started a seed bank. They're collecting and preserving seeds from a wide variety of plants, both cultivated and wild. This project isn't just about preserving current plant species. They're also trying to save seeds from pre-blackout plants that might not be commonly found in the wild anymore. This could be crucial for future agricultural developments and for maintaining ecological balance. At the Nexus, the community centered around the old library, the focus has been on education and knowledge preservation. They've started what they call the New Alexandria Project, named after the famous ancient library. The goal is to create a comprehensive, handwritten archive of human knowledge adapted for our post-blackout world. This project goes beyond simply copying old books. The scholars at the Nexus are working to synthesize information from multiple sources, update it based on our new reality, and present it in a way that's accessible and relevant. They're covering everything from basic science and mathematics to practical skills like agriculture, medicine, and engineering. The Nexus has also been experimenting with new forms of long-distance communication. They've revived the ancient art of homing pigeons, breeding and training birds to carry messages between distant communities. While it's not as fast as our old electronic communications, it's proving to be a reliable method for sharing information over long distances. Now, let's talk about some of the broader trends we're seeing across multiple communities. One of the most significant is the renewed emphasis on apprenticeship and hands-on education. With the loss of formal schooling systems, communities are returning to older models of education where skills are passed directly from experts to learners. This approach is not just about preserving existing knowledge, it's also driving innovation. By pairing experienced craftspeople with young, creative minds, we're seeing new ideas emerge that combine old wisdom with fresh perspectives. Another important trend is the focus on local resource development. Communities are becoming experts in identifying and utilizing the specific resources available in their immediate environment. This is leading to a diversity of approaches and solutions, each tailored to local conditions. For example, a community in a forested area might focus on developing advanced woodworking techniques, while one in a rocky region might become experts in stone masonry. This specialization is not only making communities more self-sufficient, but is also creating unique trade goods that can be exchanged with other settlements. We're also seeing a resurgence of interest in historical technologies and techniques. People are studying everything from ancient Roman aqueducts to medieval blacksmithing methods, looking for ideas that can be adapted to our current needs. This blend of old and new is resulting in some truly innovative solutions. One community, for instance, has combined the principles of ancient Roman hypocaust heating systems with locally available materials to create an efficient, low-tech heating system for their buildings. Another has adapted old water wheel designs to power small-scale manufacturing operations. There's also been a growing movement towards standardization and information sharing between communities. Recognizing that progress will be faster if we work together, many settlements are making efforts to share their innovations and discoveries with others. The River Valley Alliance has been at the forefront of this trend. They've established a regular innovation fair where representatives from different communities come together to share new ideas and techniques. This event has become a major driver of progress in the region, with innovation spreading quickly from one settlement to another. Looking to the future, many communities are starting to think about larger scale projects. There's talk of eventually rebuilding sections of the power grid, reestablishing long-distance transportation networks, and even rekindling some forms of industrial production. While these goals are still far off, the fact that communities are starting to plan for it shows a growing confidence in our ability to not just survive, but to rebuild and even improve upon the world we lost. Of course, this path forward is not without its challenges. One of the biggest is the loss of specialized knowledge. Many of the experts who understood our most advanced technologies are no longer with us, and much of their knowledge wasn't preserved in a format we can easily access now. Communities are addressing this in various ways. Some, like the Nexus, are focusing on preserving as much knowledge as possible in physical, non-electronic formats. Others are taking a more practical approach, focusing on relearning through experimentation and trial and error. Another significant challenge is the scarcity of certain key resources. Many of our old technologies relied on materials that are no longer easily accessible. This is forcing innovators to get creative, finding new ways to achieve similar results with locally available resources. There's also the ongoing challenge of balancing progress with immediate survival needs. While looking to the future is important, communities can't neglect the day-to-day necessities of food, water, and security. The most successful settlements have found ways to integrate their innovation efforts with their everyday survival activities. Despite these challenges, the overall trend is one of cautious optimism. Across the region, we're seeing a renaissance of human ingenuity and creativity. People are rediscovering the joy of invention, the satisfaction of solving problems, and the pride of creating something new. This spirit of innovation isn't just about improving our material conditions. It's also giving people hope and a sense of purpose. After the initial shock and despair of the blackout, many people struggled to see a way forward. Now, with each new invention or discovery, we're reminded of our potential to overcome adversity and build something better. As we look to the future, it's clear that our path forward will be neither quick nor easy. We're not going to rebuild our old world overnight, but with each small step forward, each problem solved, each new idea implemented, we're laying the groundwork for a new society. This new world we're building won't be the same as the one we lost. In many ways, it might be more difficult, more labor-intensive, but it also has the potential to be more sustainable, more equitable, and more in harmony with the natural world around us. We have the opportunity to learn from the mistakes of our past, to build a society that values resilience over efficiency, sustainability over unchecked growth, and community over individualism. It's a daunting task, but as we've seen from the examples of innovation and adaptation across our region, it's one that we're capable of achieving. In our next segment, we'll be discussing the importance of knowledge preservation and how communities are working to ensure that crucial information isn't lost to time. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you that every small step forward is a victory. Every problem solved is progress. Keep innovating, keep adapting, and above all, keep hope alive. Together, we're not just surviving, we're paving the way for a new and better world. As we continue our broadcast, it's time to reflect on the world we've left behind. The global blackout has irrevocably changed our lives, and while we've been focused on survival and rebuilding, it's important to take a moment to consider what we've lost and what we've gained. This retrospective isn't about dwelling on the past, but about learning from it as we move forward. Let's start by remembering the technological marvels that were once a part of our daily lives. The internet, that vast network of information and communication, connected people across the globe instantaneously. With just a few taps on a smartphone, we could access the sum of human knowledge, speak face-to-face with someone on the other side of the world, or have goods delivered to our doorstep within hours. Those smartphones themselves were incredible devices, combining computing power that would have filled a room just decades earlier into a pocket-sized tool. They became extensions of ourselves. They were our calendars, our maps, our entertainment centers, our link to friends and family. The loss of these technologies has forced us to rediscover older forms of connection and information sharing. We've seen a resurgence of face-to-face communication, of letter writing, of oral storytelling. While we've lost the immediacy of digital communication, many argue that we've gained deeper, more meaningful connections with those around us. Our transportation systems were another marvel of the pre-blackout world. Commercial air travel allowed us to cross continents in a matter of hours. High-speed trains and extensive highway networks made domestic travel easy and convenient. The freedom to move quickly and easily across vast distances was something many of us took for granted. Now, travel is slower and more deliberate. We've returned to older forms of transportation like horses and bicycles. River travel has seen a resurgence, with communities like the River Valley Alliance using waterways as their main transportation arteries. While we can no longer jet across the world on a whim, this slower pace of travel has led to a greater appreciation for the journey itself and a deeper connection to the landscapes we traverse. The modern medical system was perhaps one of our greatest achievements. Advanced diagnostic tools, life-saving drugs, and sophisticated surgical techniques allowed us to treat diseases and injuries that would have been fatal in earlier times. The loss of these medical capabilities has been one of the most challenging aspects of our post-blackout world. However, this loss has also spurred innovation. We've seen a renewed interest in herbal medicine and traditional healing practices. Communities like the Greenwood Collective are working to bridge the gap between modern medical knowledge and natural remedies. While we may never regain the full capabilities of our former medical system, we're developing new approaches that combine the best of old and new knowledge. Our education system, with its formal schools and universities, was designed to prepare people for the complex, specialized jobs of our technological society. The loss of this system was initially seen as a catastrophe, but it has led to new forms of learning. Apprenticeship models, Hands-on experiential learning and community-based education have taken the place of formal schooling. Many argue that this new approach, while less standardized, is producing more well-rounded individuals with practical skills directly applicable to our new reality. The entertainment industry was a huge part of pre-blackout life. Movies, television shows, video games, and streaming services provided endless options for leisure time. The loss of these has been felt keenly by many. However, we've seen a beautiful resurgence of live entertainment. Community theater, storytelling circles, music performances, and group games have become central to community life. While we may miss the spectacle of big-budget productions, many find these participatory forms of entertainment more engaging and fulfilling. Our food system, with its global supply chains and industrial agriculture, provided an abundance and variety of food that was unprecedented in human history. Supermarkets stocked with out-of-season produce from around the world and processed foods designed for convenience were the norm. The shift to local, seasonal eating has been a significant adjustment. Yet, this change has also brought benefits. Many report a greater connection to their food and appreciation for the effort that goes into producing it. The focus on local agriculture has led to a resurgence in heirloom varieties of fruits and vegetables, increasing biodiversity. The necessity of preserving food has revived traditional techniques like fermentation, which are now recognized for their health benefits as well as their practicality. The modern economy, with its complex financial systems, global trade networks, and specialized jobs, was a defining feature of our pre-blackout world. The sudden collapse of this system was perhaps the most disorienting aspect of the blackout for many. Money, once the universal medium of exchange, became worthless overnight. In its place, we've seen the rise of barter systems, local currencies, and economic models based on contribution to the community rather than individual wealth accumulation. While this new economy lacks the efficiency and scale of the global capitalist system, many argue that it's more equitable and sustainable. The direct link between work and reward, and the necessity of contributing to one's community, has fostered a new sense of purpose and interconnectedness. Our relationship with the natural world has perhaps undergone the most profound change. In the pre-blackout world, nature was often seen as something separate from human society, to be either exploited for resources or preserved in isolated pockets. The rhythms of the natural world had little impact on our daily lives, cushioned as we were by technology and artificial environments. Now, we find ourselves intimately connected to nature once again. Our survival depends on understanding rather than trying to control them. This has led to a renewed respect for the environment and a recognition of our place within it, not apart from it. The structure of our communities has also changed dramatically. In the pre-blackout world, particularly in urban and suburban areas, it was possible to live largely disconnected from one's neighbors. Our jobs, social circles, and daily activities often had little to do with the people living closest to us. Now, our local communities are the foundation of our lives. We depend on our neighbors for safety, for food, for emotional support. This has led to stronger social bonds and a renewed sense of community spirit. Many report feeling more connected and supported in our new world, despite the hardships we face. Our concept of work has also undergone a significant shift. In the pre-blackout world, many jobs were specialized and abstract, disconnected from the immediate needs of survival or community. Now, almost all work is directly tied to meeting basic needs or improving community life. While this can be more physically demanding, many find it more satisfying and meaningful. The pace of life in the pre-blackout world was often frenetic, driven by the constant connectivity of our devices and the demands of the global economy. Now, our days are governed more by the rhythms of nature, the needs of our communities, and the direct requirements of survival. While this new pace can be challenging in its own way, many report feeling less stressed and more present in their daily lives. Our relationship with time has also changed. In the pre-blackout world, we could easily plan months or years into the future, confident in the stability of our society. Now, we're more focused on the present and the immediate future. While this can create anxiety, it has also led to a greater appreciation for the present moment and the simple pleasures of daily life. The loss of instant global information flow has changed how we understand the world around us. In the pre-blackout era, we were constantly bombarded with news from around the globe, often feeling overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Now, our worldview is more locally focused. While we may know less about events happening far away, we're more intimately aware of what's happening in our immediate surroundings. Our understanding of progress has also shifted. In the pre-blackout world, progress was often equated with technological advancement and economic growth. Now, we measure progress in terms of community resilience, sustainable living, and the ability to meet our needs without depleting resources. The concept of privacy has undergone a significant transformation. In the pre-blackout world, much of our personal information was stored digitally, potentially accessible to corporations and governments. Now, privacy is more physical, more immediate. While we may have less personal space in our communal living arrangements, we're also free from the digital surveillance that was becoming increasingly pervasive. Our approach to problem solving has changed as well. In the pre-blackout world, we often look to technology or specialized experts to solve our problems. Now, we're required to be more self-reliant and creative in finding solutions. This has led to a renaissance of practical skills and hands-on innovation. The way we measure success and status has shifted dramatically. In the pre-blackout world, success was often equated with wealth, career advancement, or social media influence. Now, status comes from one's contribution to the community, practical skills, and ability to solve problems. This has led to a revaluation of many professions, with hands-on skills often more valued than abstract knowledge. Our relationship with possessions has also changed. In the pre-blackout world, consumerism was a driving force in the economy, with the constant acquisition of new goods seen as a path to happiness. Now, we focus more on durability, functionality, and the ability to repair and repurpose items. This has led to a renewed appreciation for quality craftsmanship and a reduction in wasteful consumption. The loss of large-scale governance structures has changed how we approach collective decision-making. In the absence of national governments and large bureaucracies, we've had to develop more localized, participatory forms of governance. While this can sometimes be less efficient, many feel more directly involved in the decisions that affect their lives. Our concept of security has also evolved. In the pre-blackout world, we often relied on centralized police forces and military structures for protection. Now, security is a more communal responsibility, with everyone playing a role in keeping their community safe. This has led to a greater sense of personal responsibility and community cohesion. As we reflect on these changes, it's clear that while we've lost much, we've also gained in many ways. The challenges we face have brought out incredible resilience, creativity, and compassion in people. We've rediscovered the importance of community, of practical skills, of living in harmony with our environment. The world we're building may lack some of the comforts and conveniences of our pre-blackout lives, but it also offers opportunities for more meaningful connections, more sustainable living, and a closer relationship with the world around us. As we move forward, let's take the best lessons from our past and use them to create a future that, while different, has the potential to be rich in its own unique ways. In our next segment, we'll be discussing how these changes are shaping the way we think about the future and plan for the long-term survival and prosperity of our communities. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you that while we can't change the past, we have the power to shape our future. Stay safe, stay strong, and remember, we're all in this together. As we continue our broadcast, let's turn our attention to a special feature that reminds us of life before the blackout. While we've spent much time discussing survival and rebuilding, it's important to remember and learn from our past. Today, we'll be exploring some aspects of our pre-blackout world that may seem almost like a distant dream now. Remember the simple act of flipping a switch and having instant light? In our old world, electricity was so ubiquitous that we rarely gave it a second thought. Our homes were filled with devices that sprang to life at the touch of a button. Refrigerators kept our food fresh for weeks. Washing machines cleaned our clothes with minimal effort. Air conditioners kept us cool in the hottest summers, while heaters warmed us in the depths of winter. The internet was perhaps the most transformative technology of our time. It connected billions of people across the globe, allowing for instant communication and access to an almost limitless wealth of information. With just a few taps on a smartphone or clicks on a computer, we could video chat with friends on the other side of the world, access libraries worth of books, or watch movies and TV shows on demand. Social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram changed the way we interacted and shared our lives. We could keep up with friends and family, share our thoughts and experiences, and connect with like-minded individuals across vast distances. While these platforms had their drawbacks, they also allowed for unprecedented global connectivity and the rapid spread of ideas. Our transportation systems were marvels of engineering and logistics. Commercial air travel made it possible to cross continents in a matter of hours. High-speed trains whisked passengers between cities at incredible speeds. Our roads were filled with cars, many of which were becoming increasingly automated. The ability to travel quickly and easily opened up a world of possibilities for work, education, and leisure. The modern workplace was undergoing rapid changes before the blackout. Remote work was becoming increasingly common, with many people able to perform their jobs from anywhere with an internet connection. The gig economy was reshaping traditional employment models, offering flexibility but also new challenges. Artificial intelligence and automation were beginning to transform many industries, promising increased efficiency but also raising questions about the future of work. Our healthcare system, despite its flaws, was capable of incredible feats. Advanced diagnostic tools could detect diseases early, improving treatment outcomes. Surgeons could perform complex procedures with the aid of robotic assistants. Pharmaceutical research was constantly developing new treatments for a wide range of conditions. While access to healthcare was uneven, the overall capabilities of modern medicine were truly remarkable. The entertainment industry offered an almost overwhelming array of options. Streaming services like Netflix and Spotify gave us access to vast libraries of movies, TV shows, and music. Video games had evolved into complex, immersive experiences that could rival movies in their storytelling and visual spectacle. Virtual and augmented reality technologies were just beginning to show their potential for creating new forms of interactive entertainment. Our food system was a complex global network that brought incredible variety to our tables. Supermarkets stocked to produce fresh fruits and vegetables year-round. The restaurant industry offered cuisines from every corner of the globe, from fast food to fine dining. While this system had its issues with sustainability and equity, it provided a level of choice and convenience that was unprecedented in human history. Education was undergoing significant changes as well. Online learning platforms were making education more accessible, allowing people to take courses from top universities around the world. The traditional model of K-12 education was being challenged by new approaches that emphasized creativity, critical thinking, and adaptability over rote memorization. Lifelong learning was becoming increasingly important as the pace of technological change accelerated. The world of finance was becoming increasingly digital and complex. Cryptocurrencies were challenging traditional notions of money and banking. Mobile payment systems were making cash increasingly obsolete in many parts of the world. High-frequency trading algorithms were reshaping stock markets. While these innovations brought new opportunities, they also introduced new risks and challenges. Urban planning was evolving to address the challenges of growing populations and climate change. Smart city initiatives were using technology to improve efficiency and quality of life. Green building techniques were becoming more common, aiming to reduce the environmental impact of our built environment. Public transportation systems were being expanded and modernized in many cities to reduce reliance on personal vehicles. The energy sector was in the midst of a major transition. Renewable energy sources like solar and wind were becoming increasingly cost-competitive with fossil fuels. Electric vehicles were gaining market share, promising to reduce emissions from transportation. Energy storage technologies were improving, addressing one of the key challenges of relying on intermittent renewable energy sources. Space exploration was entering an exciting new phase. Private companies were joining national space agencies in pushing the boundaries of what was possible. Plans for returning to the moon and eventually traveling to Mars were being developed. Satellite technology was improving our ability to monitor and understand our own planet, while also providing global communication networks. environmental concerns were becoming increasingly pressing. Climate change was already having observable impacts, from more frequent extreme weather events to rising sea levels. Efforts to reduce carbon emissions were gaining momentum, but the challenge remained enormous. Biodiversity loss and plastic pollution were other major environmental issues that were receiving growing attention. The field of biotechnology was making rapid advances. Gene editing techniques like CRISPR were opening up new possibilities in medicine and agriculture. Lab-grown meat was beginning to seem like a viable alternative to traditional animal agriculture. The ability to sequence and analyze genomes was providing new insights into human health and the natural world. Artificial intelligence was progressing at a remarkable pace. Machine learning algorithms were being applied to a wide range of fields, from medical diagnosis to financial forecasting. There was growing discussion about the potential for artificial general intelligence, machines that could match or exceed human cognitive abilities across a wide range of tasks. This raised both exciting possibilities and serious ethical concerns. Robotics was another field that was seeing rapid advancement. Robots were becoming increasingly capable of performing complex tasks in manufacturing, healthcare, and other industries. The development of more advanced prosthetics was improving the lives of people with disabilities. There was ongoing debate about the potential impact of increased automation on employment and the economy. The sharing economy was reshaping many industries. Platforms like Uber and Airbnb were changing how we thought about transportation and accommodation. Tool libraries and makerspaces were promoting resource sharing and collaborative creation. While these new models brought benefits in terms of efficiency and access, they also raised questions about labor rights and regulation. Social movements were leveraging technology to organize and spread their messages. Hashtag activism was bringing attention to important issues and mobilizing people around causes. Crowdfunding platforms were allowing grassroots initiatives to raise funds and support. At the same time, there were growing concerns about the spread of misinformation and the potential for social media to exacerbate political polarization. Privacy was becoming an increasingly complex issue in our digital world. The amount of personal data being collected by companies and governments was growing exponentially. There were ongoing debates about how this data should be protected and used. The tension between privacy and security was a constant source of controversy, particularly in the realm of government surveillance. The concept of identity was evolving in the digital age. Social media profiles were becoming an important part of how we presented ourselves to the world. Online communities were allowing people to connect based on shared interests rather than geographic proximity. At the same time, there were growing concerns about the impact of constant connectivity and curated online personas on mental health and authentic human connection. Our relationship with time was being transformed by technology. The ability to work and communicate at any time was blurring the boundaries between work and personal life. The constant stream of information and entertainment was changing our attention spans and how we experience boredom. There was a growing mindfulness movement in response, encouraging people to disconnect and be present in the moment. The pace of technological change was creating both excitement and anxiety. There was a sense that the world was on the cusp of transformative breakthroughs in areas like artificial intelligence, biotechnology, and clean energy. At the same time, there were concerns about technological unemployment, the digital divide, and the potential for technology to be used in harmful ways. As we reflect on these aspects of our pre-blackout world, it's clear that we were living through a period of rapid and profound change. The loss of these technologies and systems has been jarring, forcing us to adapt in ways we never imagined. Yet, this reflection also provides us with an opportunity to consider what aspects of that world we might want to recreate and what we might be better off leaving behind. In many ways, our current challenges have forced us to confront issues that were simmering beneath the surface in our old world. Questions of sustainability, community, and the role of technology in our lives have taken on new urgency. As we rebuild, we have the opportunity to create a world that addresses these challenges more directly. While we may never regain all the conveniences and capabilities of our pre-blackout world, we can strive to incorporate the best aspects of that world into our new reality. The ingenuity and innovation that drove our technological progress can now be applied to creating more resilient and sustainable communities. The global connectivity that we've lost in a physical sense can inspire us to build stronger local connections and to value the direct, personal interactions that are now at the center of our lives. As we move forward, let's carry with us the lessons of our past. The marvels of our pre-blackout world show us what human ingenuity is capable of achieving. The challenges we faced then can inform our efforts to build a more equitable and sustainable society now. And the bonds of human connection, which persisted even in our hyper-connected digital world, remain our greatest strength as we face the challenges of our new reality. In our next segment, we'll be discussing how we can apply the knowledge and values of our pre-blackout world to our current efforts at rebuilding and creating a better future. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you that while we can't return to the past, we can use its lessons to guide us forward. Stay safe, stay strong, and remember, the spirit of human innovation and resilience that built our old world is still alive in each of us. As we continue our broadcast, it's time to address a vital aspect of our post-blackout world: the importance of knowledge preservation and the efforts being made to ensure that crucial information isn't lost to time. In our new reality, where digital storage and the internet are no longer accessible, we face the challenge of maintaining and passing on the vast wealth of human knowledge that we once took for granted. Let's start by discussing the initiatives being undertaken at the Nexus, the community centered around the old library that we've mentioned in previous segments. The scholars and volunteers at the Nexus have embarked on an ambitious project they call the New Alexandria, named after the famous ancient library. Their goal is to create a comprehensive, handwritten archive of human knowledge, adapted for our post-blackout world. This project goes far beyond simply copying old books. The team at the Nexus is working to synthesize information from multiple sources and present it in a way that's accessible and relevant to our current needs. They're covering a wide range of subjects, from basic science and mathematics to practical skills like agriculture, medicine, and engineering. One of the biggest challenges the Nexus faces is the sheer scale of the task. The amount of information that needs to be preserved is staggering. To address this, they've developed a prioritization system. Information directly relevant to survival and rebuilding society is given top priority. This includes medical knowledge, agricultural techniques, basic engineering principles, and fundamental scientific concepts. The Nexus has also implemented a distributed archiving system. They're creating multiple copies of their most important documents and distributing them to trusted communities throughout the region. This not only helps to preserve the knowledge in case of disaster, but also makes it more accessible to a wider range of people. In addition to preserving existing knowledge, the Nexus is also working to document our new reality. They're collecting accounts of the blackout and its aftermath, recording the innovations and adaptations different communities have developed, and creating new resources tailored to our current circumstances. This ongoing history project will be invaluable for future generations trying to understand this pivotal moment in human history. The Nexus isn't working in isolation. They've established a network of knowledge preservation outposts in various communities. These outposts serve as local libraries and education centers, helping to spread knowledge and collect local information to be added to the central archive. One of the most innovative aspects of the Nexus project is their approach to education. Recognizing that traditional academic methods may not be suitable for our new reality, they've developed a more holistic, practical curriculum. This new approach combines theoretical knowledge with hands-on skills, ensuring that learners not only understand concepts but can apply them in real-world situations. Moving beyond the Nexus, let's look at how other communities are contributing to knowledge preservation. In New Hope, the community we've discussed in previous segments, they've established what they call the Skills Library. This is not a traditional library of books, but a catalog of skills possessed by community members. Each resident of New Hope is encouraged to document their areas of expertise, whether it's carpentry, herbal medicine, or advanced mathematics. This catalog serves as a living repository of practical knowledge. When someone needs to learn a particular skill, they can consult the Skills Library to find a community member who can teach them. This approach to knowledge preservation recognizes that not all valuable information is found in books. Many practical skills are best passed on through direct instruction and apprenticeship. The skills library ensures that this type of knowledge isn't lost and can be efficiently shared within the community. In the River Valley Alliance, they've taken a different approach to knowledge preservation. Recognizing the power of oral traditions, they've revived the ancient practice of bards or storytellers. These individuals are tasked with memorizing and reciting important information, historical accounts, and practical knowledge. The Alliance holds regular gatherings where these bards share their knowledge through songs, poems, and stories. This method of knowledge preservation has the advantage of being highly portable and resistant to physical destruction. As long as the bards survive, the knowledge survives with them. The Greenwood Collective, with their focus on sustainable living and natural medicine, has made significant contributions to knowledge preservation in their areas of expertise. They've created extensive guides on local flora and fauna, detailing their uses for food, medicine, and materials. These guides combine traditional knowledge with modern scientific understanding, creating a valuable resource for survival in our new world. The collective has also developed innovative methods for preserving seeds and genetic diversity in plants. They maintain a seed bank, carefully storing seeds from a wide variety of plants, both cultivated and wild. This work is crucial for maintaining biodiversity and food security in the face of changing climate conditions. At the marketplace of Millbrook, knowledge preservation takes on a more practical, trade-oriented focus. They've established a system of guild-like organizations for various crafts and professions. These guilds are responsible for maintaining the standards of their respective trades and for passing on specialized knowledge to apprentices. The marketplace also hosts regular skill-sharing events, where experts in various fields offer short workshops or demonstrations. These events serve not only to spread practical knowledge, but also to identify individuals with rare or valuable skills, who can then be encouraged to document and teach their expertise. One of the most challenging aspects of knowledge preservation in our post-blackout world is dealing with information that relies on technology we no longer have access to. Much of our most advanced scientific and technological knowledge is difficult to apply without the infrastructure and tools of our pre-blackout world. To address this, several communities have started what they call future archives. These are collections of advanced scientific and technological information that, while not immediately useful, could be crucial for rebuilding technology in the future. The people working on these archives are tasked with not only preserving the information, but also with developing plans for how this knowledge could be applied as we rebuild our technological capabilities. Another crucial aspect of knowledge preservation is language. In our globally connected pre-blackout world, many languages were already endangered. Now, with communities more isolated, there's a risk of losing linguistic diversity. Several groups have taken on the task of documenting and preserving languages, recognizing that each language represents a unique way of understanding and describing the world. The preservation of historical knowledge presents its own challenges. Without the vast digital archives we once had, there's a risk of losing touch with our past. Many communities are working to preserve historical documents and artifacts, but it's an enormous task. Some have taken to creating abridged histories, focusing on key events and lessons that are most relevant to our current situation. In all of these preservation efforts, one of the biggest challenges is the limitations of physical storage. Unlike digital storage, which could hold vast amounts of information in a small space, physical books and documents take up significant room and are vulnerable to damage from the elements, pests, and other hazards. This has led to a lot of discussion and debate about what information is most crucial to preserve. There's also the challenge of updating and correcting information. In our pre-blackout world, digital resources could be easily updated as new information became available. Now, the process of correcting or updating preserved knowledge is much more cumbersome. Many preservation projects have had to develop systems for managing revisions and ensuring that the most up-to-date information is clearly marked. Despite these challenges, the work of knowledge preservation is seen as absolutely crucial by most communities. There's a widespread recognition that our knowledge is one of our most valuable resources in rebuilding and advancing our society. Many people speak of this work as a sacred duty, a way of honoring those who came before us and providing for those who will come after. It's important to note that this work of knowledge preservation isn't just about maintaining a connection to our past. It's also about documenting our present and preparing for our future. Many communities are putting significant effort into recording the events of the blackout and its aftermath, as well as the innovations and adaptations we've developed in response. This documentation of our current era serves multiple purposes. It provides valuable information for other communities facing similar challenges. It creates a historical record for future generations. And perhaps most importantly, it helps us reflect on our experiences and learn from them as we move forward. As we continue to rebuild and adapt to our new reality, the importance of knowledge preservation cannot be overstated. The information we manage to save and pass on will shape the future of our society. It will determine what technologies we can rebuild, what mistakes we can avoid repeating, and what new innovations we can develop. In many ways, we're engaged in a race against time. Physical books and documents have limited lifespans, especially in the absence of climate-controlled storage facilities. The generations that remember the pre-blackout world won't be around forever. Every day that passes risks the loss of valuable knowledge and experience. But in this challenge, we also find hope and purpose. The work of preserving and passing on knowledge gives us a connection to both our past and our future. It reminds us that we're part of a long that our efforts today will have impacts far beyond our own lifetimes. Moreover, this work brings our communities together. It creates opportunities for intergenerational connections as older members pass on their knowledge to the young. It fosters a sense of shared purpose and shared identity. In preserving our knowledge, we're not just safeguarding information, we're maintaining the essence of human culture and achievement. As we move forward, it's crucial that we all contribute to this effort in whatever ways we can. Whether it's documenting your own skills and experiences, teaching others what you know, or simply taking care to pass on stories and information to the next generation. Every bit of preserved knowledge strengthens our collective resilience and capability. In our next segment, we'll be discussing how communities are adapting our educational systems to meet the needs of our new world. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you that in a world where so much has been lost, the knowledge we preserve and share becomes our most precious resource. Stay curious, stay engaged, and remember, every bit of wisdom you pass on is a gift to our future. As we continue our broadcast, it's time to turn our attention to a crucial aspect of rebuilding our society: education. In our post-blackout world, the way we approach learning and teaching has undergone a dramatic transformation. Without the infrastructure and technology that supported our previous educational systems, communities have had to innovate and adapt to ensure that knowledge and skills are passed on to the next generation. Let's start by looking at how the Nexus, our Center of Knowledge Preservation, has approached education. Recognizing that traditional classroom-based learning is no longer practical or relevant in our new reality, they've developed what they call the integrated learning approach. This method combines theoretical knowledge with practical application, ensuring that learners not only understand concepts but can apply them in real-world situations. The integrated learning approach is based on the principle that education should be directly relevant to our current needs and challenges. Students at the Nexus don't just study subjects in isolation. Instead, they work on projects that require them to apply knowledge from multiple disciplines. For example, a project to design and build a water filtration system might involve elements of biology, chemistry, engineering, and even local history and geography. This project-based learning is supplemented by more traditional instruction, but even this is tailored to our new circumstances. Mathematics is taught in the context of practical problems like resource management or construction. History lessons focus on understanding how past societies dealt with challenges similar to those we face now. Science education emphasizes observable phenomena and experiments that can be conducted with limited resources. One of the most innovative aspects of the Nexus's educational approach is their knowledge quests. These are structured adventures where students are sent out into the community or surrounding areas to gather specific information or solve real-world problems. This not only makes learning more engaging, but also contributes to the Nexus's ongoing efforts to document and understand our new world. Moving beyond the Nexus, let's look at how other communities are approaching education. In New Hope, they've implemented a system they call Community Classroom. Recognizing that every member of the community has valuable knowledge to share, They've made education a community-wide responsibility. Under this system, anyone with a skill or area of expertise is encouraged to become a teacher. This could be anything from traditional academic subjects to practical skills like carpentry, foraging, or first aid. Classes are held in various locations around the community, often in the actual workplaces where skills are applied. This allows for immediate hands-on learning experiences. The community classroom system is flexible and responsive to the community's needs. If there's a sudden need for more people with a particular skill, additional classes can be quickly organized. This approach also helps to strengthen community bonds, as teaching and learning become shared experiences that bring people together. In the River Valley Alliance, they've taken a different approach, inspired by the apprenticeship models of the past. Young people in the Alliance are paired with skilled mentors in areas that interest them. These apprenticeships can last for years, allowing for deep, comprehensive learning of complex skills. The Alliance supplements these apprenticeships with what they call wisdom circles. These are regular gatherings where people of all ages come together to share knowledge and experiences. These circles serve multiple purposes. They allow for the sharing of information that doesn't fit neatly into specific skill categories. They provide a forum for discussing and solving community problems, and they help to preserve oral histories and traditions. The Greenwood Collective, with their focus on sustainable living and harmony with nature, has developed an educational approach they call Nature as Teacher. This system is based on the belief that many of the most important lessons we need to learn are demonstrated in the natural world around us. Students in the Greenwood Collective spend much of their time outdoors, observing and interacting with nature. They learn biology by studying local ecosystems, physics by observing natural phenomena, and mathematics by recognizing patterns in nature. This approach not only provides a strong foundation in scientific understanding, but also fosters a deep respect for the environment. The collective has also placed a strong emphasis on what they call survival skills education. This includes practical skills like identifying edible plants, tracking animals, predicting weather patterns, and building shelters. These skills are seen as fundamental knowledge that everyone in the community should possess. At the marketplace of Millbrook, education has taken on a distinctly vocational focus. They've established a system of guilds for various trades and professions. Each guild is responsible for training new members and maintaining the standards of their craft. The guild system at the marketplace combines elements of traditional apprenticeship with more structured learning. Apprentices split their time between working alongside experienced craftspeople and attending classes where they learn the theoretical foundations of their trade. This approach ensures that practical skills are passed on while also preserving and advancing the underlying knowledge that supports each craft. One of the most interesting educational initiatives at the marketplace is their innovation workshops. These are regular events where people from different guilds come together to share ideas and work on solving common problems. This cross-pollination of ideas has led to numerous innovations and improvements in various crafts and technologies. Across all these communities, we're seeing a shift in how education is valued and prioritized. In our post-blackout world, learning is no longer seen as something confined to childhood and early adulthood. Instead, it's viewed as a lifelong process, crucial for both individual and community survival and growth. This shift has led to a blurring of the lines between formal education and other aspects of community life. Learning opportunities are integrated into daily activities. Work and education are often intertwined, with people continuously developing their skills and knowledge as they contribute to their communities. Another significant change is the broadening of what's considered valuable knowledge. In our pre-blackout world, there was often a hierarchy of knowledge, with academic and technological expertise at the top. Now, practical skills and traditional knowledge are given equal, if not greater, importance. The ability to grow food, build shelter, or heal the sick is recognized as just as valuable as the ability to solve complex mathematical equations or understand advanced scientific theories. This more holistic approach to education has also led to a greater emphasis on developing a wide range of skills. Communities recognize that in our uncertain world, adaptability is crucial. As a result, most educational systems encourage learners to develop a broad base of knowledge and skills rather than specializing too narrowly. The loss of global communication networks has posed significant challenges for education. In the pre-blackout world, students and teachers had access to information and expertise from around the globe. Now, communities have had to become more self-reliant in their educational efforts. To address this, many communities have established knowledge exchange programs. Representatives are sent to other settlements to learn new skills or information, which they then bring back to teach to their own communities. The River Valley Alliance has been particularly successful with this approach, using their river transportation network to facilitate regular exchanges of knowledge and expertise between member communities. The Nexus has taken this idea even further with their Wandering Scholars program. These are individuals teaching and gathering information. They serve as a kind of mobile library in school, bringing new knowledge to isolated settlements and collecting local information to bring back to the Nexus. One of the biggest challenges in our new educational landscape is maintaining standards and ensuring the accuracy of information being taught. Without centralized educational authorities or easy access to up-to-date information, there's a risk of misinformation spreading or important knowledge being lost. Many communities have addressed this by establishing education councils. These groups are responsible for overseeing educational efforts, verifying the qualifications of teachers, and periodically reviewing the content being taught. At the Nexus, they've gone a step further by creating a system for peer review of educational materials, similar to the academic journals of the pre-blackout world. Another significant challenge is providing education for children with special needs or learning disabilities. Without the resources and specialized training available in our pre-blackout world, this has been a difficult issue for many communities to address. Some settlements have found innovative solutions. In New Hope, they've implemented a buddy system where children who learn quickly in certain areas are paired with those who struggle. This not only helps the children who are having difficulties, but also reinforces learning for those doing the teaching. The Greenwood Collective has found that their nature-based learning approach is particularly effective for children with certain learning disabilities, allowing them to engage with concepts in a more hands-on, multi-sensory way. As we look to the future, it's clear that education will continue to play a crucial role in the survival and growth of our communities. The knowledge and skills we pass on to the next generation will shape the world they build. Our current educational approaches, born out of necessity and adapted to our new reality, may well form the foundation of a new and more holistic way of learning that could serve us well even if we eventually rebuild our technology. In many ways, the challenges we face in education mirror the larger challenges of our post-blackout world. We're learning to do more with less, to value practical skills alongside theoretical knowledge, and to recognize the importance of adaptability and resilience. We're rediscovering the power of community and intergenerational learning, and we're finding new ways to preserve and pass on the vast wealth of human knowledge and experience. As we continue to rebuild and grow, let's remember that every member of our communities has something to teach and something to learn. Education is not just about preparing for the future. It's about fully engaging with the present and honoring the past. It's a communal effort that strengthens our bonds, enhances our resilience, and keeps alive the spark of human curiosity and innovation. In our next segment, we'll be discussing how communities are approaching long-term planning and envisioning the future of our society. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you that in a world where so much has changed, our ability to learn, adapt, and pass on knowledge remains one of our greatest strengths. Stay curious, stay engaged, and remember, every day is an opportunity to learn something new that could make a difference in our world. As we continue our broadcast, it's time to turn our attention to a practical skills workshop that's crucial for survival in our post-blackout world. Today, we'll be focusing on basic agriculture techniques that can help you and your community become more self-sufficient in food production. Even if you've never farmed before, these methods can be applied on both small and large scales to improve your food security. Let's start with soil preparation. Good soil is the foundation of successful agriculture. In our new reality, we can't rely on chemical fertilizers or large machinery, so we need to work with nature to build healthy soil. One of the most effective techniques is composting. Start by collecting organic waste food scraps, leaves, grass clippings, and pile them up in layers. Alternate green materials rich in nitrogen, like fresh plant matter, with brown materials rich in carbon, like dried leaves or straw. Keep the pile moist but not wet, and turn it regularly. In a few months, you'll have rich, nutrient-dense compost to add to your soil. Another important aspect of soil health is crop rotation. This means changing what you plant in a particular area each season. This helps prevent soil depletion and reduces pest problems. A simple rotation might involve planting legumes like beans or peas one season, followed by leafy greens, then root vegetables. The legumes add nitrogen to the soil, which the other crops then use. Now let's talk about planting. In our post-blackout world, we need to focus on crops that are well suited to our local climate and that provide high nutritional value. Staple crops like potatoes, beans, and squash are good choices from many regions. These crops are relatively easy to grow and store well. When planting, consider companion planting techniques. This involves growing different plants close together for mutual benefit. For example, planting corn, beans, and squash together in what's known as the Three Sisters method. The corn provides a structure for the beans to climb, the beans fix nitrogen in the soil, and the squash spreads along the ground, suppressing weeds and retaining soil moisture. Water management is crucial in agriculture, especially in areas with unreliable rainfall. Rainwater harvesting can be as simple as setting up barrels to collect water from roofs, or as complex as building swales, ditches on the contour of a slope that catch and hold water. Mulching around plants with organic material helps retain soil moisture and suppress weeds. Pest management without modern pesticides can be challenging, but there are many effective organic methods. Encouraging beneficial insects by planting flowers among your crops can help control pest populations. You can also make natural pest repellents using ingredients like garlic, hot peppers, or neem leaves if available. For those with limited space, container gardening can be very productive. Almost any container can be used: old buckets, wooden boxes, even shoes in a pinch. Just ensure there are drainage holes. Fill with a mix of soil and compost, and you can grow a variety of vegetables and herbs in a small area. Seed saving is another crucial skill in our new world. At the end of each growing season, select the healthiest plants and allow some of their fruit to fully mature. Remove the seeds, dry them thoroughly, and store in a cool, dry place. This ensures you have seeds for the next planting season and allows you to gradually develop plant varieties well adapted to your local conditions. Let's not forget about perennial plants. Fruit trees, berry bushes, and herbs can provide food year after year with minimal effort once established. If you have the space, consider creating a food forest, a multi-layered garden that mimics a natural forest ecosystem but with edible plants. Animal husbandry can also play a crucial role in small-scale agriculture. Chickens, for example, provide eggs, meat, and valuable manure for compost. They also help with pest control by eating insects. Goats can provide milk and help clear overgrown areas. Remember, successful agriculture is about working with the natural ecosystem, not against it. Observe your local environment, learn from nature's patterns, and be prepared to adapt your methods as you learn what works best in your specific conditions. In our next segment, we'll be discussing simple machine construction and repair, focusing on tools and devices that can make agricultural work easier. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you that every seed planted is a step towards a more secure future. Keep growing, keep learning, and remember, the resilience of our communities is rooted in the soil we tend. As we continue our practical skills workshop, it's time to turn our attention to a crucial aspect of our post-blackout world: simple machine construction and repair. In our new reality, where complex electronic devices are no longer functional, understanding how to build and maintain basic mechanical tools is essential for improving our quality of life and increasing our productivity. Let's start with one of the most fundamental and versatile simple machines: the lever. A lever is essentially any rigid object used with a fulcrum to lift or move a load. The principle of the lever is at the heart of many tools we can construct. For example, a simple crowbar can be made from a sturdy piece of metal or hardwood. By understanding the principle of leverage, you can create tools for lifting heavy objects, removing nails, or prying apart materials. Another essential simple machine is the wheel and axle. This principle can be applied to create everything from basic carts for transporting goods to potter's wheels for crafting. To construct a basic wheel, start with a round piece of wood. Reinforce it with cross pieces to prevent warping, and add a rim of harder wood or metal if available. The axle can be made from a sturdy dowel or metal rod. Proper lubrication of the axle is crucial for smooth operations like animal fats or plant oils. Pulleys are another incredibly useful simple machine. A basic pulley can be constructed using a grooved wheel and a rope. Multiple pulleys can be combined to create block and tackle systems, which can significantly reduce the effort needed to lift heavy loads. This can be invaluable for construction projects or for drawing water from deep wells. Inclined planes, while simple, are incredibly useful. They can be used to move heavy objects to higher levels with less effort than lifting directly. When constructing ramps, ensure they're sturdy enough to support the intended load and have enough friction to prevent slipping. For permanent installations, consider cutting steps or adding crosspieces to improve traction. Wedges, which are essentially two inclined planes back to back, are useful for splitting materials or holding things in place. A simple axe or splitting maul can be created by attaching a wedge-shaped piece of metal or hardwood to a sturdy handle. Remember, the angle of the wedge affects its effectiveness, so experiment to find what works best for your needs. Screws are essentially inclined planes wrapped around a cylinder. While creating precise metal screws is challenging without specialized equipment, wooden screws can be made for use in presses or vices. These can be particularly useful for food processing, such as extracting oils from nuts and seeds. Now, let's discuss some specific tools and devices that can be constructed using these simple machine principles. A basic water pump can be created using a lever mechanism. This can be as simple as a long pole with a bucket attached to one end, balanced on a fulcrum, or more complex designs using pistons and valves for increased efficiency. For agricultural work, a simple plow can be constructed using a wedge-shaped piece of hardwood or metal attached to a frame. This can be pulled by hand or by animals if available. A harrow for breaking up soil can be made by attaching spikes or teeth to a wooden frame, which can then be dragged across a field. A spinning wheel for processing fibers into thread can be constructed using the wheel and axle principle. The main wheel can be made from wood, with a smaller wheel or spindle attached. The ratio between these wheels determines how quickly the spindle rotates, allowing for finer or coarser thread production. For food processing, a grinding mill can be created using two flat stones, with the top one rotating on a central axle. Grooves cut into the stones help to channel the grain and improve grinding efficiency. This can be powered by hand, or for larger operations, connected to a water wheel or animal-powered mechanism. A basic loom for weaving cloth can be constructed primarily from wood. The key components are the frame, which holds the warp threads taut, and the heddles, which allow alternate warp threads to be raised and lowered to create the weave pattern. While complex patterns require more sophisticated looms, even a simple design can produce functional cloth. For metalworking, a forge can be constructed using available materials. The key components are a heat-resistant container for the fire, a way to introduce airflow to increase the heat, and an anvil or hard surface for shaping the heated metal. A bellows for providing airflow can be made using leather or sturdy cloth and wooden or metal plates, operating on a simple lever mechanism. When it comes to repair and maintenance, understanding the principles behind these simple machines is crucial. Always look for worn or damaged parts in mechanisms. Friction points, such as axles or pivot points, will typically wear faster and may need regular replacement or repair. Wooden parts can be replaced relatively easily if you have basic carpentry skills. For metal parts, basic blacksmithing techniques can often be used to reshape or repair damaged components. Lubrication is key to the longevity of many mechanical devices. In the absence of modern lubricants, animal fats, plant oils, or even finely ground graphite can be used to reduce friction in moving parts. Regularly cleaning and lubricating devices will significantly extend their usable life. For tools with cutting edges like axes or chisels, learning to properly sharpen and maintain the edge is essential. A basic sharpening stone can be made from a piece of sandstone or other abrasive rock. Understanding the correct angle to maintain while sharpening will ensure your tools remain effective. Remember, in our post-blackout world, the ability to improvise is crucial. Many modern materials can be repurposed for use in simple machines. For example, the springs from old mattresses can be used in various mechanical devices. Bicycle parts can be repurposed for all sorts of wheeled mechanisms. Even broken glass can be carefully shaped into cutting or scraping tools if needed. As you work on constructing and repairing these devices, always prioritize safety. Without access to modern medical facilities, injuries can be serious. Take the time to think through each step of your construction or repair process, identifying potential hazards. When working with wood, always cut away from yourself. When dealing with fire or heated materials, have a plan for quickly extinguishing flames and treating potential burns. Sharing knowledge is crucial in our new reality. If you develop a particularly effective design or discover a useful technique, make sure to document it and share it with others in your community. Consider establishing a regular maker circle where people can come together to share ideas, troubleshoot problems, and teach each other new skills. As we continue to adapt to our post-blackout world, the revival of these traditional mechanical skills is not just about survival. It's about rebuilding and improving our quality of life. Every simple machine we construct, every tool we repair, is a step towards reclaiming the comforts and capabilities we once took for granted. In our next segment, we'll be discussing alternative energy sources, focusing on how we can harness natural forces like wind and water to power our newly constructed mechanical devices. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you that the power to rebuild our world lies in our hands and our minds. Keep innovating, keep constructing, and remember, every problem solved brings us one step closer to a brighter future. As we continue our practical skills workshop, it's time to explore alternative energy sources that can power our communities in this post-blackout world. Without access to the electrical grid or fossil fuels, we must turn to natural, renewable sources of energy. Understanding and harnessing these power sources can significantly improve our quality of life and increase our productivity. Let's start with one of the most accessible sources of energy: wind power. Wind has been used for centuries to power sailing ships and windmills, and we can adapt these principles for our current needs. A basic wind turbine can be constructed using materials that are likely available in most communities. To build a simple wind turbine, you'll need a sturdy pole for mounting, blades to catch the wind, and a generator to convert the mechanical energy into electricity. The blades can be carved from wood or fashioned from sturdy plastics salvaged from pre-blackout materials. The shape of the blades is crucial. They should be curved to efficiently catch the wind and cause rotation. For the generator, you can repurpose motors from old appliances like washing machines or electric fans. These motors, when spun in reverse, generate electricity. The key is to ensure a good connection between the spinning blades and the generator, often achieved through a series of gears or a belt system. Remember, the height of your wind turbine is important. Wind speeds are generally higher and more consistent at greater heights, so try to mount your turbine as high as safely possible. Also, consider the location carefully. Hills or open fields are ideal, while areas surrounded by buildings or trees will have less consistent wind. Next, let's discuss water power. If your community is near a flowing river or stream, you have access to a constant source of energy. A basic water wheel can be constructed using wood for the wheel and paddles. The flowing water turns the wheel, which can be connected to a generator or used directly to power mechanical devices. For smaller streams, a ram pump can be an effective way to move water without using electricity. This clever device uses the energy of flowing water to pump a portion of that water to a higher elevation. It's particularly useful for irrigation or providing water to hilltop communities. Solar power, while more challenging without access to modern photovoltaic cells, is still a viable option. Simple solar ovens can be constructed using reflective materials to concentrate sunlight for cooking. These can be as basic as a box lined with aluminum foil, or more complex designs with multiple reflective panels. For heating water, black pipes or tanks exposed to sunlight can provide a steady supply of warm water for cleaning or bathing. This passive solar heating can significantly reduce the need for fuel for heating water. Biogas is another alternative energy source that can be particularly useful in agricultural communities. by allowing organic waste to decompose in an oxygen-free environment, which can be used for cooking or lighting. A basic biogas digester can be constructed using large, airtight containers. The key is to create an anaerobic environment and to have a way to safely capture and store the produced gas. Human power, while often overlooked, is a reliable source of energy for many applications. Treadle pumps, which use a stepping motion to pump water, can be easily constructed and are highly effective for irrigation. Similarly, bicycle-powered devices can be used for a variety of purposes, from grinding grain to generating electricity. When it comes to storing energy, we need to think creatively. While modern batteries are no longer an option, we can store energy in other forms. Elevated water tanks, for example, store potential energy that can be released to drive water wheels or turbines when needed. Flywheels, heavy wheels that continue to spin after being set in motion, can store kinetic energy for short-term use. For communities near the coast, tidal power is worth considering. The regular rise and fall of the tides can be harnessed using water wheels or more advanced turbine systems. While more complex to set up, tidal power has the advantage of being highly predictable. Geothermal energy, where available, can provide a constant source of heat. In areas with hot springs or geothermal activity, simple heat exchangers can be used to capture this energy for heating or even small-scale power generation. As we explore these alternative energy sources, it's important to remember that energy efficiency is just as crucial as generation. Insulating our shelters, using reflective materials to maximize natural light, and designing our living spaces to take advantage of natural heating and cooling can significantly reduce our energy needs. Developing these alternative energy systems will require experimentation and adaptation. What works well in one location may not be suitable in another due to differences in climate, available resources, or community needs. Don't be discouraged if your first attempts aren't successful. Each failure is an opportunity to learn and improve. It's also worth noting that many of these energy solutions can be combined for greater effect. A community might use wind power when available, supplement with water power, and have human-powered devices as a backup. This diversity of energy sources increases resilience and ensures a more constant power supply. As we implement these energy solutions, safety must always be a primary concern. Working with any form of energy, especially when constructing devices ourselves, carries inherent risks. Always have safety measures in place, such as emergency shutoff mechanisms for wind turbines or proper ventilation for biogas systems. Maintenance is another crucial aspect of these energy systems. Regular inspections and upkeep will ensure they continue to function efficiently. Develop routines for checking and cleaning solar reflectors, lubricating moving parts in wind and water turbines, and monitoring biogas digesters for optimal performance. Knowledge sharing is vital in this area. If your community develops an effective energy solution, document the process and share it with neighboring settlements. Consider organizing workshops or sending knowledgeable members to other communities to help them implement similar systems. As we continue to develop and refine these alternative energy sources, we're not just meeting our immediate needs. We're laying the groundwork for a more sustainable future, one that doesn't rely on finite fossil fuels or complex, centralized power systems. Each windmill we erect, each water well we construct, is a step towards energy independence and resilience. In our next segment, we'll be discussing primitive cooking methods, exploring ways to prepare and preserve food using these alternative energy sources. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you that the power to light up our world lies in our ingenuity and perseverance. Keep innovating, keep adapting, and remember, every watt of energy we generate sustainably is a beacon of hope for our future. As we continue our practical skills workshop, let's turn our attention to primitive cooking methods. In our post-blackout world, where modern kitchen appliances are no longer functional, mastering these techniques is crucial for preparing safe, nutritious meals and preserving food for long-term storage. Let's start with the most basic method, cooking over an open fire. While it might seem simple, there's an art to cooking effectively over an open flame. First, you'll need to build a proper fire. Start with a base of tinder dry grass, paper or bark, then add kindling, small twigs and sticks. Once these catch, gradually add larger pieces of wood. For cooking, you want a bed of hot coals rather than leaping flames. For direct cooking over the fire, a simple grill can be constructed using green wood or metal grates salvaged from old ovens or refrigerators. Place this over your fire, supported by rocks or metal stands. This method is great for grilling meats or vegetables. Alternatively, you can use the hot coals for cooking in pots or pans. Cast iron cookware is ideal for this, as it distributes heat evenly and can withstand direct flame. If you don't have cast iron, any metal pot can work, but be careful of hot spots that can burn your food. For longer cooking times, consider building a simple earth oven. Dig a pit in the ground, line it with rocks, and build a fire in it. Once the rocks are hot, rake out the coals, add your food wrapped in leaves or foil if available, then cover with dirt. This slow cooking method is great for tough meats or root vegetables. Another effective primitive cooking method is stone boiling. This technique is useful if you don't have fireproof cooking vessels. Fill a wooden or bark container with water and your ingredients. Heat rocks in your fire until they're glowing hot. Then carefully transfer them to your container using tongs or split sticks. The hot rocks will bring the water to a boil. Replace the rocks as they cool to maintain the temperature. For baking, a reflector oven can be surprisingly effective. This is essentially a metal sheet bent into a half-circle shape, with your food placed in the center and the fire in front. The metal reflects the heat around your food, creating an oven-like environment. This is great for breads, pies, or any food that needs all-around heat. Smoking is another important primitive cooking technique, especially for preserving meat and fish. A simple smoking rack can be built by creating a frame of green wood over your fire pit. The food is placed on the rack, and a slow, smoky fire is maintained underneath. The smoke both flavors the food and acts as a preservative. Now, let's discuss some specific cooking techniques that are well suited to these primitive methods. One-pot meals are your friend in this situation. Stews, soups, and porridges are easy to prepare and can stretch limited ingredients to feed more people. They're also forgiving if heat control isn't perfect. For meats, slow cooking is often best when using primitive methods. Tough cuts can be made tender through long, slow cooking in stews or by roasting slowly over a low fire. If you're fortunate enough to have a large animal, consider learning the technique of pit roasting, where the entire animal is cooked in a large earth oven. Don't overlook the importance of plant foods in your diet. Many wild greens can be quickly cooked by tossing them in a hot pan over the fire. Root vegetables can be roasted directly in the coals of your fire. Just wrap them in leaves or nestle them in the ashes. Bread making might seem challenging without an oven, but it's entirely possible using primitive methods. Flatbreads can be cooked directly on hot stones or on a metal sheet over the fire. For leavened breads, the reflector oven method works well, or you can use the Dutch oven technique, placing your dough in a heavy pot and surrounding it with hot coals. Preserving food is just as important as cooking it in our current circumstances. Smoking, as mentioned earlier, is an excellent preservation method for meats and fish. The combination of dehydration and the chemicals in the smoke can keep food edible for months. Sun drying is another effective preservation technique, especially for fruits and some vegetables. Thinly sliced foods can be laid out on racks in direct sunlight. Be sure to bring them in at night to avoid dew, and protect them from insects with cloth coverings. For areas with less reliable sunlight, a simple solar dehydrator can be constructed. This is essentially a box with vents at the top and bottom, and shelves inside for your food. The sun heats the air in the box, which rises and escapes through the top vent, drawing in fresh air from the bottom. This creates a constant flow of warm, dry air over your food. Fermentation is another valuable preservation technique that doesn't require cooking. Many vegetables can be preserved through lactofermentation, using nothing more than salt and the naturally present bacteria on the vegetables. This not only preserves the food, but can make it more nutritious and easier to digest. When it comes to food safety, extra caution is needed when using primitive cooking methods. Always ensure meats are thoroughly cooked, especially in the absence of reliable refrigeration. Be vigilant about cleanliness and watch for any signs of spoilage. Water purification is a crucial companion skill to primitive cooking. Remember, Any water used for cooking or drinking should be purified first. Boiling is the most reliable method, but if fuel is scarce, sun disinfection can be effective. Simply fill clear plastic or glass bottles with water and leave them in direct sunlight for at least 6 hours, or 2 days if it's cloudy. As you experiment with these primitive cooking methods, remember that they often require more time and attention than modern cooking. Plan ahead, be patient, and don't be discouraged if your first attempts aren't perfect. Each meal is an opportunity to refine your skills. It's also worth noting that these primitive methods often impart unique flavors to food. The smokiness from an open fire or the earthiness from an earth oven can enhance the taste of your meals in ways that modern cooking methods can't replicate. Lastly, don't underestimate the social aspect of cooking in this manner. Gathering around a communal fire to prepare and share a meal can be a powerful way to build and strengthen community bonds. Consider organizing regular communal meals where everyone contributes ingredients and helps with the cooking. In our next segment, we'll be discussing mental health and well-being in our post-blackout world, exploring strategies for coping with the psychological challenges of our new reality. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you that even in the face of adversity, we can find nourishment for both body and soul. Keep cooking, keep sharing, and remember, every meal prepared is a testament to our resilience and adaptability. As we continue our broadcast, it's crucial that we address a topic that affects every one of us in this post-blackout world: mental health and well-being. The dramatic changes we've experienced, the losses we've endured, and the daily challenges we face can take a significant toll on our psychological state. Without access to modern mental health resources, we must find new ways to support ourselves and each other through these difficult times. First, let's acknowledge that it's entirely normal and expected to experience a range of intense emotions in our current circumstances. Grief, anxiety, anger, and fear are all common responses to the massive upheaval we've experienced. Recognizing and accepting these feelings is the first step in managing them. One of the most effective tools for maintaining mental health is establishing a routine. In a world where so much has become unpredictable, having a regular daily schedule can provide a sense of normalcy and control. Try to wake up and go to sleep at consistent times. Plan regular meals and set aside time each day for work, rest, and social interaction. Physical activity is another crucial component of mental well-being. Regular exercise releases endorphins, which can improve mood and reduce stress. This doesn't have to be intense workouts. Even a daily walk or engaging in physical labor for your community can have significant benefits. Yoga or stretching exercises can also help reduce tension and promote relaxation. Maintaining social connections is more important than ever. While we may not have the digital communication tools we once relied on, face-to-face interactions have taken on new significance. Make an effort to engage with your community regularly. Share meals, work on projects together, or simply spend time talking and listening to others. Remember, you're not alone in your struggles, and sharing your experiences can be incredibly cathartic. Mindfulness and meditation practices can be powerful tools for managing stress and anxiety. These don't require any special equipment or training. Simply taking a few minutes each day to sit quietly, focus on your breath, and observe your thoughts without judgment can have a profound impact on your mental state. For those struggling with more severe mental health issues, peer support groups can be invaluable. Consider organizing regular meetings where people can come together to share their challenges and coping strategies. While these aren't a replacement for professional therapy, they can provide much-needed support and understanding. Engaging in creative activities can also be tremendously beneficial for mental health. Whether it's drawing, writing, singing, or crafting, creative expression allows us to process our emotions and experiences in a healthy way. Don't worry about the quality of what you produce. The act of creation itself is what's important. Maintaining a sense of purpose is crucial for long-term mental well-being. In our new reality, where many of our former roles and goals may no longer be relevant, it's important to find new ways to contribute and feel valued. This might involve taking on responsibilities within your community, teaching skills to others, or working on long-term projects to improve your settlement. It's also important to address the unique mental health challenges faced by different groups within our communities. Children, for example, may struggle to understand and adapt to our new circumstances. Providing them with age-appropriate explanations, maintaining as much stability as possible in their daily lives, and allowing them opportunities to play and be children can help them cope. Older adults may face feelings of uselessness or being a burden in a world that often prioritizes physical labor. It's crucial to recognize and value the wisdom and experience they bring to our communities. Engaging them in roles such as teaching, childcare, or advisory positions can help maintain their sense of purpose and self-worth. Those who have lost loved ones face particular challenges. Grief is a complex and individual process, and it's important to allow people the space and time they need to mourn. Creating memorials or holding regular remembrance ceremonies can provide a way for individuals and communities to honor those they've lost and process their grief collectively. Sleep disturbances are common in times of stress. A good sleep is crucial for mental health. Establish a calm bedtime routine, avoid stimulating activities before sleep, and create as comfortable a sleeping environment as possible. Herbal teas like chamomile can promote relaxation, and techniques like deep breathing or progressive muscle relaxation can help quiet a busy mind. Nutrition also plays a significant role in mental health. While our food options may be more limited now, try to maintain a balanced diet with adequate protein, fruits, and vegetables. Some foods, like fatty fish, nuts, and leafy greens, are particularly beneficial for brain health. Avoid excessive consumption of alcohol or other substances, which can exacerbate mental health issues. In our new world, where we're often focused on immediate survival needs, it's easy to neglect personal hygiene and self-care. However, taking time to care for yourself can have a significant impact on your mental state. Even simple acts like washing your face, combing your hair, or putting on clean clothes can help you feel more human and in control. Nature can be a powerful healer for the mind. Spending time outdoors, observing plants and animals, and connecting with the natural world can reduce stress and improve overall well-being. If possible, incorporate regular time in nature into your routine, whether it's tending a garden, going for walks in the woods, or simply sitting outside and observing your surroundings. It's important to recognize the signs of more serious mental health issues. Persistent feelings of hopelessness, inability to engage in daily activities, thoughts of self-harm, or drastic changes in sleep or appetite patterns could indicate a need for more intensive support. In the absence of professional mental health services, community support becomes even more crucial in these situations. One strategy for addressing more severe mental health challenges is to identify individuals within the community who have experience or training in counseling or psychology. These people can serve as mental health resources, providing support and guidance to those in need. While they may not be able to offer the same level of care as professional therapists, their knowledge and empathy can be invaluable. In our post-blackout world, many of us are dealing with trauma, both from the initial event and from subsequent challenges and losses. Understanding the basics of trauma response can help us support ourselves and others. Recognize that responses to trauma can include not only emotional symptoms, but also physical ones like headaches, digestive issues, or unexplained aches and pains. Developing healthy coping mechanisms is crucial. Encourage activities that allow for emotional release in a controlled way, such as journaling, creating art, or engaging in physical activities. Avoid coping strategies that can be harmful in the long run, such as excessive alcohol consumption or risk-taking behaviors. Building resilience is key to long-term mental health in our challenging new reality. Resilience isn't about never feeling down or stressed. It's about having the tools and support to bounce back from difficulties. Encourage a growth mindset within your community, framing challenges as opportunities for learning and development rather than insurmountable obstacles. Remember that healing and adaptation. It's also worth noting that our current challenges provide us with an opportunity to address some of the issues that plagued our pre-blackout world. As we rebuild, we have the chance to create more equitable, sustainable communities. Engaging in this process of reimagining and rebuilding society can be a powerful source of purpose and hope. Maintaining physical health is also crucial for our mental well-being and our ability to maintain hope. Regular exercise, adequate sleep, and a balanced diet can significantly impact our mood and outlook. Take care of your body, and it will be easier to maintain a positive mindset. Finally, remember that it's okay to have moments of doubt or despair. The key is not to let these moments define us or our outlook on life. Acknowledge these feelings when they arise, share them with trusted friends if possible, but then refocus on the aspects of your life that give you hope and purpose. As we face the ongoing challenges of our post-blackout world, our ability to maintain hope and find purpose will be one of our greatest assets. It will give us the strength to persevere through difficulties, the vision to build a better future, and the resilience to adapt to whatever changes may come. In our next segment, we'll be discussing the importance of preserving history and cultural knowledge in our new world. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you that even in the darkest times, the human spirit has an incredible capacity for hope and renewal. Keep moving forward, keep supporting one another, and remember, every day that we maintain hope is a victory for our collective future. As we continue our broadcast, it's time to address a crucial aspect of our post-blackout world: the importance of routine in maintaining our mental health and productivity. In a world where so much has become unpredictable, establishing and sticking to regular patterns in our daily lives can provide a sense of stability and control that is vital for our well-being. Let's start by discussing why routine is so important. Our brains are wired to find comfort in predictability. When we know what to expect from our day, it reduces stress and anxiety. In our current circumstances, where we face numerous challenges and uncertainties, having a structured routine can serve as an anchor, giving us a sense of normalcy amidst the chaos. Creating a daily routine doesn't mean scheduling every minute of your day. Instead, it's about establishing a general framework that guides your activities. Start by setting regular wake-up and bedtime hours. Our bodies function best when we maintain a consistent sleep schedule, and this can form the foundation of your routine. Next, consider meal times. In our post-blackout world, food preparation often takes more time and effort than it did before. Setting specific times for meals can help ensure that you're allocating enough time for this important task. It also provides natural breaks in your day and opportunities for social interaction if you're sharing meals with others. Incorporate work or community contribution periods into your routine. Whether you're tending crops, maintaining security, or engaged in crafting or construction, having set times for these activities can help you stay focused and productive. It also ensures that you're consistently contributing to your community's needs. Don't forget to schedule time for rest and relaxation. In our current circumstances, it's easy to feel like we need to be constantly working or on alert. However, this can quickly lead to burnout. Regular periods of downtime are crucial for mental and physical recovery. This could be time for reading, engaging in a hobby, or simply sitting quietly and reflecting. Physical activity should also be a part of your daily routine. Regular exercise is not only important for physical health, but also has significant benefits for mental well-being. This doesn't necessarily mean setting aside time for formal workouts. In our post-blackout world, many of our daily activities involve physical labor. The key is to ensure you're moving your body regularly throughout the day. Consider incorporating mindfulness or meditation practices into your routine. Even just a few minutes of quiet reflection or focused breathing each day can help reduce stress and improve overall mental health. This can be especially beneficial at the beginning or end of your day, helping you center yourself and prepare for the challenges ahead or wind down after a long day. Social interaction is another important element to include in your routine. In our current circumstances, where we rely heavily on our immediate community, regular social contact is crucial. This could involve community meetings, shared meals, or simply setting aside time to check in with neighbors or family members. If you have children in your community, establishing routines is particularly important for their sense of security and development. Try to maintain regular times for learning activities, play, and family interaction. Even in our changed world, children thrive on predictability and structure. For those engaged in leadership roles within the community, setting aside regular times for planning and problem solving can be beneficial. This ensures that you're consistently addressing long-term goals and challenges, rather than always being caught up in immediate crises. It's also important to build some flexibility into your routine. In our post-blackout world, unexpected situations will arise. Your routine should be a tool to help you navigate your day, not a rigid structure that causes stress when things don't go according to plan. Be prepared to adjust as needed while trying to maintain the overall structure as much as possible. Consider creating weekly or monthly routines in addition to your daily schedule. This could involve setting aside certain days for specific community activities, like market days or town meetings. Having these regular events can help mark the passage of time and give people something to look forward to. Seasonal routines can also be beneficial, as we've become more connected to natural cycles in our post-blackout world. Aligning our routines with the changing seasons can help us work more efficiently and in harmony with our environment. For example, longer work hours during the summer when daylight is plentiful, and more indoor activities during the winter months. Remember that establishing a routine takes time. Be patient with yourself and others as you work to create new habits. It may take several weeks before a new routine starts to feel natural. Encourage your community members to share what works for them, as different approaches may be more effective for different individuals or families. It's also worth noting that routines may need to be adjusted over time as circumstances change, or as you discover more effective ways of structuring your day. Regular reflection on what's working well and what could be improved can help you refine your routine for maximum benefit. While we're discussing the importance of routine, it's crucial to address the challenge of maintaining routines in the face of potential threats or emergencies. In our post-blackout world, we need to be prepared to react quickly to dangerous situations. Consider incorporating regular drills or safety checks into your routine. This can help ensure that you and your community are prepared to respond effectively if a crisis arises. Another aspect to consider is how to maintain some semblance of routine during times of increased stress or activity, such as during planting or harvest seasons, or when facing external threats. Having a crisis routine that outlines priority activities can help maintain some structure even in challenging times. It's also important to recognize the role of routine in preserving knowledge and skills. By consistently practicing certain activities or skills as part of your daily or weekly routine, you ensure that crucial knowledge isn't lost. This is particularly important for skills that were common in the pre-blackout world but might not be used as frequently now. Consider incorporating skill sharing or teaching sessions into your community's routine. Regular classes or workshops can ensure that important knowledge is passed on to others, increasing your community's overall resilience. As we establish these routines, it's crucial to remain adaptable. While routine provides stability, we must also be ready to adjust to new information or changing circumstances. Regular community meetings to discuss and potentially revise routines can help ensure that your schedules remain relevant and beneficial. Remember that while routines are important, it's also vital to find joy and spontaneity in our lives. Build in time for celebration, creativity, and new experiences. These moments of deviation from our routines can provide much-needed excitement and help prevent monotony. Lastly, it's worth reflecting on how our relationship with time has changed in the post-blackout world. Without the constant presence of digital clocks and schedules, many of us have become more attuned to natural rhythms of day and night, seasons, and weather patterns. Our routines can reflect this closer connection to natural cycles, helping us live more in harmony with our environment. As we continue to navigate our post-blackout world, routines will be a crucial tool for our personal and community well-being. These structures provide stability, improve productivity, and help us maintain a sense of purpose and progress. They remind us that even in a world that has changed dramatically, we have the power to shape our days and our lives. In our next segment, we'll be discussing the importance of community decision-making processes in our new reality. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you that in a world of uncertainty, we can find strength and comfort in the routines we create. Stay safe, stay structured, and remember, every day lived with purpose is a victory in our new world. As we continue our broadcast, it's time to address a critical aspect of our post-blackout world: finding purpose in our new reality. In the face of such dramatic changes and challenges, many of us have struggled with feelings of purposelessness or despair. However, finding meaning and purpose in our lives is not just important for our mental well-being. It's crucial for the long-term survival and flourishing of our communities. Let's start by acknowledging that it's natural to feel lost or uncertain in our current circumstances. The roles and goals that defined our lives in the pre-blackout world may no longer be relevant or achievable. The careers we pursued, the aspirations we held, the daily routines that gave structure to our lives have all been upended. It's okay to grieve for these losses and to feel adrift as we adjust to our new reality. However, it's important to recognize that while the specifics of our purpose may have changed, our fundamental need for meaning and direction has not. In fact, in many ways, our current circumstances offer unique opportunities for finding deep and meaningful purpose in our lives. One of the most immediate sources of purpose in our post-blackout world comes from our basic survival needs. The daily tasks of securing food, water, and shelter, which we once took for granted, now require significant effort and skill. Rather than viewing these as mere chores, we can choose to see them as vital contributions to our own survival and that of our community. Each successful harvest, each repair to our shelter, each clean water source secured, is a tangible achievement that we can take pride in. Beyond basic survival, our communities need individuals to take on a wide variety of roles to function effectively. Whether you're involved in food production, security, healthcare, education, or any of the myriad tasks necessary for community life, your contributions are essential. Recognizing the importance of your role in the larger picture of your community's well-being can provide a strong sense of purpose. For those who are struggling to find their place, remember that there are always ways to contribute. Even if you're not able to engage in physical labor, you can share knowledge, provide emotional support to others, or help with planning and organization. Every member of our community has value, and finding ways to contribute can significantly boost your sense of self-worth and purpose. Education and skill development can be another powerful source of purpose. In our new reality, there's always more to learn. Whether it's mastering traditional crafts, studying the natural world around us, or preserving and passing on knowledge from our pre-blackout world, the process of learning and growing can be deeply fulfilling. Consider both what you can learn and what you can teach others. Sharing your knowledge and skills not only helps the community, but can also reinforce your own sense of value and purpose. Creativity and self-expression are vital for finding meaning in our lives. In the face of hardship, humans have always turned to art, music, storytelling, and other forms of creative expression. These activities allow us to process our experiences, connect with others on an emotional level, and create beauty in the midst of difficulty. Whether you're crafting useful items, creating art, or sharing stories, your creative contributions can bring joy and meaning to both yourself and your community. Maintaining cultural traditions and creating new ones can also provide a sense of continuity and purpose. Celebrate holidays even if they look different than they did in the pre-blackout world. Create new rituals that mark the rhythms of your community's life, planting and harvest festivals, coming-of-age ceremonies, or regular community gatherings. Being part of these traditions can help us feel connected to something larger than ourselves. For many, a sense of purpose comes from working towards long-term goals. While our immediate focus is often on day-to-day survival, it's important to also engage in long-term planning and goal setting. What kind of community do you want to build? What skills do you want to develop? What legacy do you want to leave for future generations? Having a vision of what we're working towards can provide direction and motivation in our daily lives. Connecting with the natural world can also be a source of purpose and fulfillment. In our pre-blackout lives, many of us were disconnected from nature. Now, our survival depends on understanding and working with natural systems. This closer connection to nature can be a source of both practical knowledge and spiritual fulfillment. Take time to observe the changing seasons, the growth of plants, the behaviors of animals. Many people find that developing a deeper understanding of the natural world provides a sense of peace and perspective. For those who are spiritually inclined, maintaining or developing a spiritual practice can be a powerful source of purpose. This doesn't necessarily mean organized religion, although that can be valuable for many. It could be personal meditation practices, philosophical contemplation, or simply cultivating a sense of awe and gratitude for the world around us. Helping others is another powerful way to find purpose. In our interdependent communities, There are always opportunities to support and assist others. Whether it's helping a neighbor with a difficult task, caring for the sick or elderly, or mentoring younger community members, acts of kindness and service can provide a deep sense of fulfillment. It's important to remember that finding purpose is not a one-time achievement, but an ongoing process. There will be days when it feels more difficult, when the challenges seem overwhelming. On these days, lean on your community for support. Sometimes, when we can't find purpose within ourselves, we can borrow it from others until we're able to rekindle our own sense of meaning. As we face the ongoing challenges of our post-blackout world, it's crucial to recognize that our current circumstances also provide unique opportunities for growth and meaning. We have the chance to rebuild our society, to create more equitable and sustainable communities, to rediscover lost skills and develop new ones. Engaging in this process of reimagining and rebuilding can be a powerful source of purpose. Consider the legacy you want to leave for future generations. What stories do you want them to tell about this time? How do you want to be remembered? Thinking in these terms can provide a sense of purpose that extends beyond our individual lives. It's also worth noting that purpose doesn't have to be grand or world-changing to be meaningful. Small, daily acts of kindness, creativity, or contribution can accumulate to create a life rich with purpose. The key is to approach our lives with intention and to recognize the value in our efforts, no matter how small they may seem. Remember that it's okay to have moments of doubt or to struggle with finding purpose. These feelings are a natural part of the human experience, especially in times of great change and challenge. The important thing is to keep moving forward, to keep seeking and creating meaning in our lives. As we navigate our post-blackout world, our ability to find and maintain a sense of purpose will be one of our greatest assets. It will give us the strength to persevere through difficulties, the vision to build a better future, and the resilience to adapt to whatever changes may come. In our next segment, we'll be discussing the importance of community storytelling and how we can use narrative to process our experiences and shape our collective future. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you that even in the most challenging times, we have the power to create meaning and purpose in our lives. Keep contributing, keep growing, and remember, every act of purpose, no matter how small, is a step towards a brighter future for us all. As we continue our broadcast, it's time to turn our attention to a crucial aspect of rebuilding our society in this post-blackout world: education. The way we approach learning and teaching has undergone a dramatic transformation, and adapting our educational methods is essential for the long-term survival and prosperity of our communities. In our pre-blackout world, formal education often took place in dedicated institutions with standardized curriculums. Now, we must reimagine education to fit our new reality. Learning has become a more integrated part of daily life, with a focus on practical skills and knowledge that directly contribute to our survival and community development. Let's start by discussing the core subjects that form the foundation of our new educational approach. First, understanding how to grow, harvest, and preserve food is now a fundamental skill that everyone in our communities needs to possess. This education goes beyond simply planting seeds and watering crops. It encompasses soil management, crop rotation, pest control, and sustainable farming practices. Closely related to agriculture is the study of local ecosystems. We need to understand the plants and animals in our environment, their life cycles, and how they interact. This knowledge is crucial not only for farming, but also for foraging, hunting, and maintaining the delicate balance of our local ecosystems. Basic medical knowledge has become another essential subject. With limited access to professional healthcare, everyone needs to understand first aid, hygiene practices, and the basics of treating common illnesses and injuries. This includes knowledge of medicinal plants and traditional healing practices that have proven effective. Engineering and construction skills are vital in our new world. We need to know how to build and maintain shelters, create tools, and develop simple machines that can make our work more efficient. This education combines theoretical knowledge with hands-on practice, ensuring that learners can apply what they've learned in real-world situations. Mathematics remains an important subject, but the focus has shifted to practical applications. We teach arithmetic for resource management and trade, geometry for construction, and basic physics for understanding mechanical systems. These mathematical skills are taught in the context of real-world problems that our communities face. History has taken on new significance in our post-blackout world. We need to preserve the knowledge of our past, both to understand how we arrived at our current situation and to learn from the experiences of previous civilizations that faced significant challenges. This includes not only the history of our pre-blackout world, but also the oral histories of indigenous cultures that have long lived in harmony with nature. Language and communication skills are more important than ever. Clear communication is essential for community cooperation and problem solving. We focus on both oral and written communication, including public speaking, negotiation skills, and record keeping. Now, let's discuss how we're approaching the teaching of these subjects. One of the most significant changes is the shift towards apprenticeship models. Instead of learning in large classroom settings, individuals often work directly with experienced practitioners to learn trades and skills. This hands-on approach ensures that knowledge is directly applicable and allows for immediate practice of new skills. We've also embraced multi-generational learning. In our communities, it's common to see people of all ages learning together. Older members of the community share their wisdom and experience, while younger members often bring fresh perspectives and adaptability to new situations. This approach fosters a sense of community and ensures that knowledge is passed down through generations. Project-based learning has become a cornerstone of our educational approach. Rather than studying subjects in isolation, learners often work on projects that require them to apply knowledge from multiple disciplines. For example, building a water filtration system might involve elements of biology, chemistry, engineering, and even local history and geography. We've also had to adapt to the loss of many educational resources we once took for granted. Without access to the internet or extensive libraries, we've had to be creative in how we preserve and share knowledge. Many communities have established knowledge centers where important information is recorded and stored. These often take the form of handwritten books or scrolls, carefully preserved and regularly copied to ensure the information isn't lost. Oral traditions have seen a resurgence in importance. Stories, songs, and mnemonic devices are used to pass on important information. We've seen the emergence of community storytellers who are responsible for preserving and sharing crucial knowledge through narrative. Regular community learning sessions have become common in many settlements. These might take the form of evening classes where community members share their expertise, or regular workshops focused on specific skills or topics. These sessions not only facilitate learning but also strengthen community bonds. We've also had to address the challenge of maintaining educational standards without centralized oversight. Many communities have established education councils, composed of respected community members with diverse areas of expertise. These councils help to ensure that crucial knowledge is being passed on effectively and that educational efforts are meeting the community's needs. One of the most significant shifts in our approach to education is the recognition that learning is a lifelong process. In our post-blackout world, we can't afford to stop learning after childhood or young adulthood. Everyone in our communities is encouraged to continually expand their knowledge and skills. We've also had to adapt our teaching methods to accommodate different learning styles and abilities. Without the resources for specialized education that we once had, we've had to find creative ways to ensure that everyone can learn effectively. This might involve pairing visual learners with mentors who can demonstrate skills, or using hands-on projects to engage kinesthetic learners. The role of play in education has gained new recognition. Especially for younger learners, we found that incorporating games and playful activities into learning can make it more engaging and effective. Many communities have developed educational games that teach important skills and knowledge in a fun, interactive way. We've also had to address the challenge of motivating learners in our new reality. Without the career prospects and societal expectations that often drove education in our pre-blackout world, we've had to find new ways to inspire a love of learning. We've found that connecting education directly to community needs and individual interests can be a powerful motivator. Another important aspect of our new educational approach is the emphasis on critical thinking and problem-solving skills. In our unpredictable world, the ability to analyze situations, think creatively, and come up with innovative solutions is crucial. We encourage learners to question, experiment, and think independently. We've also had to consider how to educate about our pre-blackout world. It's important that future generations understand where we came from and what led to our current situation. However, we need to balance this with a focus on the knowledge and skills that are most relevant to our current reality. Environmental education has taken on new importance in our post-blackout world. Understanding and respecting the natural world is crucial for our survival. We teach not just about local ecosystems, but also about global environmental systems and the impact of human activity on the planet. Ethics and community responsibility are also key components of our educational approach. We emphasize the importance of cooperation, fairness, and considering the long-term consequences of our actions. These lessons are often integrated into other subjects, showing how ethical considerations apply in various aspects of life. As we continue to develop and refine our educational methods, we must remain flexible and open to new ideas. Our world is still changing, and our approach to education must evolve with it. We encourage communities to share their educational innovations and successes, allowing us all to benefit from each other's experiences. Remember, in our post-blackout world, education is not just about acquiring knowledge. It's about building resilience, fostering innovation, and ensuring the long-term survival and prosperity of our communities. Every time we learn a new skill, share knowledge with others, or solve a problem, we're contributing to the collective wisdom that will shape our future. In our next segment, we'll be discussing the importance of preserving and adapting cultural traditions in our new reality. Until then, this is Atlas, reminding you that in a world where so much has been lost, knowledge and the ability to learn are our most precious resources. Keep learning, keep teaching, and remember, education is the foundation upon which we'll build our new world. As we continue our broadcast, it's time to turn our attention to the long-term recovery and future prospects of our post-blackout world. While we've spent much time discussing immediate survival needs and community building, it's crucial that we also look ahead and consider the potential paths for global recovery and how we can prepare for various future scenarios. First, let's acknowledge that the road to recovery will be long and challenging. The collapse of our global infrastructure and the loss of much of our technology has set us back significantly. However, human history is full of examples of societies rebuilding after catastrophic events, and we have the advantage of retaining much of the knowledge from our pre-blackout world. One of the most critical aspects of our long-term recovery will be the gradual rebuilding of communication. More localized forms of communication. Re-establishing long-distance communication will be crucial for coordinating larger-scale recovery efforts. Some communities have already begun experimenting with low-tech solutions like relay stations for Morse code or semaphore systems. As we continue to innovate, we may see the emergence of new communication technologies that are more resilient to future disruptions. Energy production will be another key focus of our recovery efforts. While many communities have adapted to life without electricity or have implemented small-scale renewable energy solutions, larger-scale energy production will be necessary to support more advanced technologies and industries. We may see a renewed emphasis on hydroelectric power, as many of these facilities can be restored with relatively low-tech solutions. Wind and solar power are likely to play significant roles as well, given their decentralized nature and the relative simplicity of the technology involved. Transportation is another area that will require significant attention in our recovery efforts. In the short term, we've seen a return to animal-powered transportation and simple mechanical vehicles like bicycles. However, as we rebuild, we may see the gradual reemergence of motorized vehicles, likely running on biofuels or other renewable energy sources. Water-based transportation, using wind and river currents, may also see a resurgence, especially for long-distance trade. The rebuilding of industrial capacity will be a gradual process. We're likely to see a focus on small-scale, localized manufacturing at first, with an emphasis on producing essential tools and equipment. As our energy and transportation infrastructure improves, we may see the reemergence of larger-scale industries. However, this industrial recovery is likely to look very different from our pre-blackout world, with a greater emphasis on sustainability and resilience. Agriculture will continue to be a critical focus of our recovery efforts. We've already seen significant innovations in sustainable farming practices and the revival of traditional agricultural methods. As we move forward, we're likely to see continued development in areas like permaculture, agroforestry, and other sustainable farming techniques. The integration of technology into agriculture, even if it's simpler than what we had before, could lead to significant improvements in food production and security. Healthcare is another area where we can expect to see significant developments in our recovery. While we've had to rely heavily on traditional medicine and basic medical care in the immediate aftermath of the blackout, the gradual rebuilding of our knowledge base and manufacturing capabilities will allow for the reintroduction of more advanced medical treatments. We may see a hybrid approach that combines the best of traditional healing practices with modern medical knowledge. Education will play a crucial role in our long-term recovery. As we've discussed before, our approach to education has had to adapt significantly in the post-blackout world. As we rebuild, we're likely to see a continued emphasis on practical skills and knowledge, but also a gradual reintroduction of more specialized fields of study. The preservation and sharing of knowledge will be critical to our ability to recover and advance. Governance is another area that will likely see significant changes as we recover. Many communities have had to develop new systems of local governance in the absence of larger governmental structures. As we rebuild and reconnect, we may see the emergence of new forms of regional or even global governance. These are likely to be more decentralized than our pre-blackout governments, with a greater emphasis on local autonomy and direct participation. Environmental restoration and protection will be a key consideration in our recovery efforts. The sudden halt of many polluting industries has given nature a chance to recover in many areas. As we rebuild, there's likely to be a strong emphasis on maintaining this environmental recovery and developing more sustainable ways of meeting our needs. Technology will, of course, play a significant role in our recovery, but it's likely to develop along different lines than it did in our pre-blackout world. We may see a greater emphasis on robust, reparable technologies rather than the disposable electronics that were common before. The scarcity of certain materials that many of us experienced in our pre-blackout lives. This sense of community and collective responsibility is likely to persist as we rebuild, potentially leading to more communal living arrangements and decision-making processes. We may see a shift away from the nuclear family model that was dominant in many parts of the world before the blackout. Extended family networks and intentional communities may become more common as people recognize the benefits of pooling resources and sharing responsibilities. This could lead to changes in how we design our living spaces and organize our daily lives. The way we work and think about employment is also likely to undergo significant changes. The concept of a job, as we knew it, may evolve into a more fluid understanding of contribution to the community. Instead of fixed roles, we might see people taking on various tasks as needed, with a greater emphasis on developing a wide range of skills rather than specializing in a single area. Our economic systems are another area where we're likely to see substantial changes. The collapse of global financial systems and the immediate need for practical goods and skills has already shifted our understanding of value. As we rebuild, we may see the emergence of new economic models that prioritize sustainability, community well-being, and equitable distribution of resources over profit and growth. Barter systems and local currencies, which have become common in the aftermath of the blackout, may evolve into more formalized systems of exchange. We might see the development of new metrics for measuring economic health that take into account factors like environmental impact, community resilience, and quality of life, rather than focusing solely on production and consumption. Our relationship with technology is another area where we're likely to see significant shifts. The loss of many advanced technologies has forced us to become more self-reliant and to develop low-tech solutions to many problems. As we gradually rebuild our technological capabilities, we're likely to approach them with a different mindset. There may be a greater emphasis on creating robust, reparable technologies rather than the disposable electronics that were common in our pre-blackout world. We might see a resurgence of mechanical technologies alongside the redevelopment of electronic ones. The idea of planned obsolescence may become a relic of the past, replaced by a focus on longevity and sustainability. Our approach to education is also likely to continue evolving. The shift towards practical, Hands-on learning that we've seen in the immediate aftermath of the blackout may become a permanent feature of our educational systems. We might see a blending of traditional academic knowledge with practical skills, creating a more holistic approach to learning. Lifelong learning may become the norm rather than the exception, as people recognize the need to continually adapt and acquire new skills. The rigid age-based structure of education may give way to more flexible, community-based learning opportunities for people of all ages. Our relationship with the natural world is another area where we're likely to see lasting changes. The immediate need to work with natural systems for our survival has fostered a deeper understanding and appreciation of our environment. As we rebuild, we may see this translate into more sustainable urban planning, a greater integration of green spaces in our living areas, and a more harmonious approach to agriculture and resource management. The concept of waste may be fundamentally altered in our new society. The scarcity of resources in the aftermath of the blackout has made us acutely aware of the value of materials we once discarded without thought. As we rebuild, we may see the development of circular economies where waste is minimized and materials are continuously reused and recycled. Our approach to healthcare may also see significant changes. The limited access to advanced medical technologies in the immediate aftermath of the blackout has led to a resurgence of interest in preventative health measures and traditional healing practices. As we rebuild our healthcare systems, we might see a more integrated approach that combines the best of modern medicine with these traditional practices and a strong emphasis on public health and prevention. Governance is another area where we're likely to see substantial changes. The breakdown of large-scale governmental structures has led to the development of more localized, participatory forms of governance in many communities. As we rebuild and reconnect, we might see the emergence of new political structures that maintain this emphasis on local autonomy and direct participation while allowing for coordination on larger scales. Our concept of security may also evolve. The immediate threats we faced in the aftermath of the blackout have often been local and immediate, requiring community-based responses. As we rebuild, we might see a shift away from centralized military structures towards more distributed, community-based approaches to security. Transportation is another area where we're likely to see significant changes. The loss of fuel-dependent vehicles has forced us to rediscover human-powered and animal-powered transportation. As we rebuild, we might see the development of new transportation systems that blend these old methods with new, sustainable technologies. Cities might be redesigned to be more walkable and bikeable, with long-distance travel relying more on efficient public transportation systems. Our food systems are also likely to look very different in our rebuilt world. The need for local food production in the aftermath of the blackout has led to a resurgence of small-scale farming and urban agriculture. As we recover, we might see a continuation of this trend, with a greater emphasis on local food production, seasonal eating, and sustainable farming practices. The way we think about energy is sure to be transformed by our experiences. The fragility of centralized power grids has been starkly demonstrated by the blackout. As we rebuild, we're likely to see a shift towards more distributed, resilient energy systems. Renewable energy sources, which have proven valuable in the aftermath of the blackout, may become the foundation of our new energy infrastructure. Our concept of progress may also be fundamentally altered. In our pre-blackout world, progress was often equated with technological advancement and economic growth. In our new reality, we might see a shift towards defining progress in terms of sustainability, community well-being, and quality of life. The way we use and think about space may also change. The need for security and resource efficiency in the aftermath of the blackout has often led to more compact living arrangements. As we rebuild, we might see urban planning that continues this trend, with a greater emphasis on shared spaces and multi-use buildings. Our approach to information and knowledge management is likely to be transformed by our experiences. The loss of digital information storage has highlighted the importance of robust, low-tech methods of preserving and sharing knowledge. As we rebuild, we might see the development of new systems that combine the accessibility of digital information with the durability of physical records. Time and scheduling may take on new meanings in our rebuilt world. The rigid schedules of our pre-blackout lives have given way to rhythms more closely tied to natural cycles and community needs. As we recover, we might maintain this more flexible approach to time, with work and social schedules that adapt to seasonal changes and community rhythms. Our cultural expressions are sure to be influenced by our experiences. We might see the emergence of new art forms that reflect our changed reality, or the adaptation of traditional art forms to new purposes. Storytelling, which has taken on renewed importance in preserving and sharing knowledge, might evolve into new forms that blend entertainment with practical information sharing. The way we think about ownership and property may also shift. The need to share resources for survival has challenged many of our pre-blackout notions of private property. As we rebuild, we might see new models of ownership that balance individual rights with community needs. Our understanding of identity may also be transformed. In a world where our survival often depends on our immediate community, local and community identities may take precedence over national or global identities. At the same time, our shared experience of the blackout may foster a sense of global unity that transcends traditional boundaries. As we contemplate these potential changes, it's important to remember that the future is not predetermined. The world we rebuild will be shaped by the choices we make only by our imagination and our will to create positive change. As we come to the close of our broadcast, it's time to look ahead and consider the future we're building together. We've covered a vast array of topics over the course of this transmission, from immediate survival techniques to long-term recovery strategies. Now, let's take a moment to reflect on where we've been and where we're going. In the immediate aftermath of the blackout, our focus was necessarily on survival. We learned to secure basic necessities like food, water, and shelter without the aid of modern technology. We rediscovered old skills and developed new ones, adapting to a world fundamentally changed in the blink of an eye. As we moved beyond those first crucial weeks and months, we began to build new communities and ways of life. We've seen remarkable examples of human resilience and ingenuity, from the agricultural innovations of the River Valley Alliance to the knowledge preservation efforts of the Nexus. Communities across our region have found ways not just to survive, but to thrive in our new circumstances. We've had to relearn old technologies and develop new ones suited to our current reality. Wind and water power have taken on new importance. We've seen the revival of mechanical technologies that were all but forgotten in our electronic age. These efforts have laid the groundwork for a new kind of technological development, one that prioritizes sustainability and resilience over raw power and efficiency. Our social structures have undergone significant changes as well. The interdependence fostered by our need to survive has created stronger community bonds than many of us experienced in our pre-blackout lives. We've seen the emergence of new forms of governance, more localized and participatory than what we knew before. Education has been transformed, with a new focus on practical skills and knowledge directly applicable to our current needs. We've seen the rise of apprenticeship models and community-based learning, alongside efforts to preserve and pass on the knowledge from our pre-blackout world. Our relationship with the natural world has fundamentally shifted. We've had to relearn how to work with natural systems rather than trying to dominate them. This has led to new approaches to agriculture, resource management, and even urban planning that are more in harmony with our environment. We've faced significant challenges in terms of health and well-being. The loss of modern medical facilities forced us to rely more heavily on preventative measures and traditional healing practices. We've had to find new ways to support mental health in the face of trauma and dramatic change. Throughout all of this, we've seen the power of human creativity and adaptability. We've developed new art forms, new ways of storytelling, new cultural practices that help us process our experiences and build community. We found ways to celebrate and find joy even in the midst of hardship. As we look to the future, we face both challenges and opportunities. The road to recovery will be long, and will undoubtedly face setbacks along the way. Climate change, resource scarcity, and the potential for conflict are all significant concerns as we move forward. However, we also have the opportunity to build something better than what we lost. We can create more equitable societies, more sustainable ways of living, more meaningful connections with each other and with the natural world. We have the chance to learn from the mistakes of our past and to consciously shape the kind of world we want to live in. Key to this process will be maintaining the spirit of cooperation and community that has been so crucial to our survival. As we rebuild and our immediate survival becomes less precarious, we must resist the temptation to return to the individualism and short-term thinking that characterized much of our pre-blackout world. We must also remain committed to education and the preservation of knowledge. The skills and information we've gained in adapting to our new reality are precious resources that must be maintained and passed on. At the same time, we need to continue our efforts to preserve knowledge from our pre-blackout world, ensuring that future generations have access to the full breadth of human understanding. Innovation will be crucial as we move forward. We need to continue developing new technologies and techniques suited to our new reality, but we must do so thoughtfully, always considering the long-term implications of our innovations and striving for solutions that are sustainable and beneficial to all. We must also remain vigilant in our efforts to protect and restore our natural environment. The recovery of ecosystems in the aftermath of the blackout has given us a unique opportunity to rebuild our society in a way that's more in harmony with nature. We must not squander this chance. As we rebuild our communication networks and transportation systems, we have the opportunity to create more resilient and sustainable infrastructure. We should prioritize systems that can withstand future shocks and that don't come at the cost of environmental degradation. In terms of governance, we have the chance to develop new systems that are more responsive to the needs of communities and more participatory in nature. The local governance structures that have emerged in many communities could serve as models for larger-scale systems that maintain a connection to the people they serve. Our economic systems will need to be rethought as well. We have the opportunity to move away from models focused solely on growth and profit towards systems that prioritize sustainability, community well-being, and equitable distribution of resources. As we face these challenges and opportunities, it's crucial that we maintain hope and a sense of purpose. The task before us is enormous, but so is our capacity for resilience and creativity. Every day, in communities across our region and beyond, people are working to build a better future. Every small step forward, every problem solved, every new idea implemented, brings us closer to the world we hope to create. We must also remember the importance of preserving our humanity throughout this process. Even as we focus on practical concerns of survival and rebuilding, we must not lose sight of the things that make life meaningful: our connections with each other, our capacity for joy and creativity, our sense of wonder at the world around us. In this new world we're building, we have the chance to redefine what we consider valuable and important. We can move away from the consumerism and materialism that often dominated our pre-blackout lives, towards a way of living that values experiences, relationships, and harmony with our environment. We also have the opportunity to create more inclusive societies. The shared experience of survival has, in many cases, broken down old barriers of class, race, and social status. As we rebuild, we must strive to maintain the spirit of equality and mutual respect. The way we think about work and productivity may also be transformed. Rather than defining ourselves by our jobs or measuring our worth by our economic output, we have the chance to create a society that values a wider range of contributions and that allows for a better balance between work and other aspects of life. Our concept of progress and development may also shift. Rather than equating progress with ever-increasing consumption and technological complexity, we can strive for a kind of development that enhances our quality of life and the health of our planet. As we move forward, it will be crucial to maintain open lines of communication between different communities and regions. We must share our knowledge, our successes, and our failures so that we can learn from each other and coordinate our efforts on a larger scale. We should also remain open to change and willing to adapt our approaches as we learn more and as circumstances evolve. The flexibility and adaptability that have served us so well in the aftermath of the blackout will continue to be valuable traits as we navigate the challenges of rebuilding. It's important to recognize that the process of recovery and rebuilding will not be uniform. Different communities and regions will progress at different rates and may take different approaches based on their specific circumstances and resources. We must respect these differences while still working towards common goals. As we conclude this broadcast, I want to emphasize that each and every one of you listening has a role to play in shaping our future. Whether you're working on innovative technologies, teaching crucial skills to others, nurturing your community's food supply, or simply offering support and kindness to those around you, your contributions matter. Remember that the world we're building is not something imposed upon us, but something we're actively creating together. Every choice we make, every action we take, contributes to the shape of our future society. We have the power to learn from our past, to address the challenges of our present, and to work towards a future that reflects our highest ideals and aspirations. In the face of unprecedented challenges, we've discovered reserves of strength, resilience, and creativity that many of us never knew we possessed. We've learned a true value. We've reconnected with the natural world and with aspects of human experience that were often overlooked in our fast-paced, technology-driven pre-blackout lives. As we move forward into an uncertain but hopeful future, let's carry these lessons with us. Let's continue to support each other, to innovate and adapt, to strive for a world that is more just, more sustainable, and more fulfilling for all. This is Atlas, signing off for now, but remember, our story, the story of human resilience and renewal, continues. Stay strong, stay curious, and above all, stay connected to each other and to the world around you. Until next time, keep moving forward, and never lose sight of the better world we're working to create.